I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Pistoling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one chief rockin' Knicks universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy. And welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive Trade Deadline Marathon Edition. Y'all know what it is. Peace to the chat. Corey Lee, Kev Guapo, DSJ, Building Blocks, Andios, La Wise, and others. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started expeditiously, right? Yo, so this is the annual, and this is the fourth, I think it's the fourth year we've done this, 22, 23, 21, 22. Yep. So it's the fourth year we've done this. And so y'all know the rules of engagement already. If you are a day one, if you are a day one, you know this is going to be a very long show. And you also know that there are going to be some dead spots in the show as we collect data. Right? You also know that Mets was good. Mets jumped in and said third. Yeah, Mets. I think I know what I'm talking about, bro. I think I know what I'm talking about on my own channel, bro. I think so. I may, right? Maybe. Possibly. Possibly. So 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, that's 4. That's 4 years. Dwayne Dennis is in the building. Mets is in the building. JJ is in here. De La Cruz, what's good? So the rules are engagement are as follows. It's going to be a long show. There are going to be a few dead spots in the joint. So just be aware. It's when we collect the data and everything. So I'm also going to depend on one of the rules of engagement for those that have been here. I expect you guys, when you find out about a deal, put it in the chat. Right? If you find out about a deal before anybody else, put it in the chat. We'll shout you out. If you're wrong twice, we don't listen to you no more. Right? If you're wrong, y'all know the rules. If you're wrong twice, we're going to start throwing tomatoes at you, and your word don't mean nothing else after that, because either you don't know what you're doing or you're a troll. And either way, that doesn't help. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't help the show. So y'all already know what it is, right? So we'll have people on throughout the course of the show. So you'll have different hosts throughout the show. Some people that are already designated, some people that have already cut their teeth and moderated. So you'll see me disappear at times. But the moderator that we designated will jump in and hold it down. as we, take breaks throughout the whatever. Right? That's for those that have not been here since the very, 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 very beginning. Right? What else is there? So generally how it works, if we do something before the trade deadline, we'll monitor what other teams do, but we'll generally shift and have it be Knicks related, you know what I'm saying? Because I know there'll be trades going on and stuff, but we want to see how it impacts the Knicks and the NBA. Welcome to the audience watching us on the Check Ball Podcast. Right? So the Check Ball Podcast is like a basketball, football, baseball, all-in-one type podcast for all of y'all that like all the all-encompassing stuff. Y'all want to have those conversations like the greatest running back of all time, the greatest basketball player of all time, all that stuff. So welcome to that crowd there. Too. Thank you to all the members of the channel as well. Right? I got somebody backstage. Before I bring that person up, I gotta play. I was talking to my main man Jay Boogie this morning, and he was right about something. I'm gonna play the breaking news joint while y'all get settled in, and then once we get back, I got a few things that I wanted to talk about specifically before things get started in earnest.
Daddy, are the Knicks gonna make a trade?
You say that like you got a podcast or something. I don't know, baby, but if they do, it's gonna be breaking news. It's a beautiful feeling, but I don't know if you got the same feeling like me. I know they don't want to see us make a move, but this here's a chess move, and I'm calling it a checkmate. I said I'm calling this a checkmate. This is the remix. Get 'em. Somebody tell Ian Beg I need breaking news. Somebody tell Dexter Henry I need breaking news. Somebody tell Bill Pito I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. Somebody tell Alan Hahn I need breaking news. Somebody tell Wally Zerb I need breaking news. Somebody tell Mike McNutt I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. They keep telling me Boogie just remain calm. I need MSGS and Y after the Woj bomb. You heard it, I need MSGS and Y to break it down and pass it off to the podcast so we can chop it up in the street. They keep telling me Boogie just remain calm. I need MSGS and Y after the Woj bomb. The next trade, Leon bring us that superstar, the gorgeous Captain Clutch in his prime point guard. All I see right now, orange and blue skies. The beat knocking them tremble with a little highs. I thought I told you already, yeah, the city lit. I'm out the window, the streets look like a movie strip. Around me, I'm secured, bunch of Knicks fans. Shout out to Liv, they playing over in Brooklyn. I feel like Lionel when he left from the Commodores. That fade side, Joe Clark got them chain doors. I know you feeling like really, yeah, the truth hurts. Across the street, MSG, that's the network. I'm like McFadden and Whitehead, ain't no stopping. The game on, tell them that you Nick watching. Somebody tell Ian Beg I need breaking news. Somebody tell Dexter Henry I need breaking news. Somebody tell Bill Pito I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. Somebody tell Alan Hahn I need breaking news. Somebody tell Wally Zerb I need breaking news. Somebody tell Mike McNutt I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. The playoffs come this year, we're showing no fear. Signal the mouth, the Brunson burner, this the new gear. That new wave, but they say we ain't cool no more. Katie just joined his third team, but that ain't cool no more. New York City, we ain't back, we ain't never left. Just stay away from Jay Reed when he ain't on my F's. I'm so impressed way we doing our thing outside in every gym. Kids playing with that Spalding. The best column so far that's on a Nick page. Came from 21 down, that's on a Nick page. How you leave from your floor seat and think we lose? When we don't care about Riley with the shiny shoes. That orange blue right now, such a pretty view. You look around, we taking over the YouTube. That Nick Love, we the best on the podcast. Monopoly money, 200 every time we go past. Somebody tell Ian Beg I need breaking news. Somebody tell Dexter Henry I need breaking news. Somebody tell Bill Pito I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. Somebody tell Alan Hahn I need breaking news. Somebody tell Wally Zerb I need breaking news. Somebody tell Mike McNutt I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. I hope you feeling like I'm feeling, cause I'm feeling like something is about to happen. And when it do, we all gonna gonna celebrate it. We gonna break news all over the place, from MSG to networks, to SNY, to all the podcasters. If you down with us, then be down. If not, you gonna get remixed. This is the remix.
Why'd you on the beat?
Yo, King Ribby is in the building. What's good, everybody? So everybody, listen. Y'all already know the rules to engagement. First, salute to the Brooklyn King, King Ribby. King Ribby in the building. What's good? What's good? What's good?
Salute, King. What's good, chat?
So King Ribby, the thing is, because you hadn't, I don't think you were with us in person, like, I'm saying, on the live stream and the other on the other trade deadline show. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to ask the chat to keep us updated. Chat, I'm giving you a job, right? This is how it works on trade deadline day. Whatever you hear, if you think it's true, report it, right? Whatever it is that you hear, you think it's true, then report it, right? And then we'll chop it up about it, and we'll have people here in the open panel. But listen, when you get in the open panel, when we get in the open panel, it's as simple as this. Like when I'm talking about something, if y'all jump in and cut me off while OD, I'm booting you out of the chat. Period. That's just how it is. Yo, salute to my man. Yo, Tone Gully in the building. Yo, what's good? Yo, We Talk Hawks TV is in the building. Salute to my guy. Salute to my guy, man. They do great work. We Talk Hawks, bro. I legit turn them on. Man, in the evenings, bro, I just turn them on and let them play on the big TV, man. Yo, salute to Demond, man, and the great things they doing on We Talk Hawks, man. That's my guy, man. I love their content. I suggest if you love content, man, if you love rocking, if you love just NBA talk, if you love NBA talk, then I suggest you check out We Talk Hawks, right? That's my guy, man. Very informative. They have passionate guests. Man, listen, man. My man just put out dope content. I'm gonna put this thing right here in the thing. And also I'm gonna put the link in the chat also. So let me do that and that. Bam. All right, so y'all know that. So now that the rules of engagement are laid out, you know what I'm saying, this is going to be an open panel. We don't really care as long as you're respectful and come up and rock. Just be mindful that when I start to analyze stuff, you got to give me this space to breathe. You know what I'm saying? Don't jump in and try to, you know what I'm saying, do whatever. Right? King Ribby, what's the word?
Chilling. I see 2 trades that happened.
Yeah, it's a few of them.
Yeah. Already.
It's a few of them, and I wanted to so it's a few of them. I want to talk about a couple of them, but before I talk about those trades that happened with other teams, right? Before I talk about those trades that happened with other teams, the first thing I want to do is yo, look who it is.
What up, man?
What's good, Mouse?
Chilling, bro. Chilling.
Well, how y'all let the Celtics stretch on y'all down the stretch, bro?
We didn't have Murray.
Oh,
Murray ain't play. Murray our closer, baby. He our closer.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, man.
Being
Yeah,
one
man.
Murray with how much he's asking.
So I was watching the broadcast and the game at the same time. Man, is Sadiq Bey really that good?
Man, listen, man, Sadiq Bey, man, very impressed with Sadiq Bey. When we got him, you know, I was thinking, you know what, Freezy, let me go. I'm gonna stream this to my channel too, real quick.
Yeah,
But,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
But when we got Sadiq Bey, man, you know, we really picked him up as just a 3-and-D type guy.
Right.
Quinn Snyder really brought out the rest of his game due to when Jalen Johnson went out with injury. And that's when you seen Sadiq Bey attacking the basket, finishing strong at the rim through contact. And, you know, he also had a couple games where he had double digits and rebounded. I mean,
Really?
last night he had 25 last night. I mean, now the three ball, he kind of lost his 3 ball for probably about, it seemed like forever, but it's probably about a 2-week stretch. He couldn't hit, bro. He couldn't hit nothing, bro. I mean, nothing.
Right.
And the 3 ball has come back the past 2 games, so excited about that. But as a Hawks fan, you know, I'm ready to trade him because you know he's restricted after this year. He turned down. We made an offer for him, a contract extension offer before the season. He turned it down. You know, he was looking around 20 million per. He not getting that from us. So so right now he gonna be a restricted free agent. So I mean, I'm ready to trade him and see if I could flip him. We gave up 5 seconds. So I mean, if I could find a sucker, give me a 1st-round pick for him, you know, at this point I'll take 2-3 seconds for him. Because we're not gonna sign him anyway, re-sign him anyway. So I mean,
last night against that Boston D, people sleep on Boston's D, bro. But last night against Boston D, it looked like he was gonna go for 35 at one point. I don't know if Quinn cooled him down. You know how the coach, somebody be hot and the coach cool him down?
Yeah.
Or if the player just lose their shot. But last night at a point, bro, it looked like he was about to go off.
Well, I mean, we stopped getting him the ball. And we was talking about that last night on our post-game live show, man. Sometimes, you know, you got to just feed the hot hand. I mean, he was cooking last night. Onyeka was cooking last night. Jalen Johnson actually was shooting amazing last night. But, you know, we didn't go to those guys. So, I mean, you could put that on whoever, you feel me? But
yeah, let me ask you this, because since you're here and we're at the trade deadline, I have to ask you about tradable Atlanta Hawks assets, right? And this ain't trolling. This is just, you're a fan of the Hawks, we're a fan of the Knicks. These are the conversations that we'll generally have, even if we didn't have YouTube channels, right?
Yeah.
So and again, the channel is We Talk Hawks TV, and they have a cast of characters over there. Listen, I don't really suggest a lot of people. Y'all know me. I like to have people find out stuff for themselves. But listen, they've done nothing but show me love in person and on the channel. Right? When I go to Atlanta Hawks games, when I'm down at Hudson's, man, the Hawks fans embrace me like I'm one of their own. I bet you I ain't bought a mozzarella stick out of Hudson's yet. You know what I'm saying? Cats, keep them coming. So thank you. Shout out to all my family in Atlanta. But
and real quick, Freezer, real quick. When you come over there, hey, don't think I'll be reading when you be throwing them little slick shots in the chat too, man. I'll be reading them.
Yeah, man.
I'll be like, yeah, look at Freezy.
That's my job.
Shots.
That's my job, bro. That's my job.
Lucky that the damn Hawks be having me so upset, man. I don't even have energy to entertain nothing else but these dudes.
Yeah, that's my job, to come in and because y'all be so serious. So I come in just, you know what I'm saying, for a little laughter or something, just to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because when you're the moderator, sometimes you can get caught up in so much stuff. And if somebody just do a little something to make you laugh or something, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But here's the thing. I'm trying to figure out if because as a Knicks fan, you know, we're interested with like maybe 1 or 2, maybe 4 players the Hawks have, right? But if the Hawks have 4 players that may be available, and I'm gonna just say their names, and you tell me if I'm right. Sadiq Bey,
yep.
AJ Griffin,
yep.
Clint Capella, DeJounte Murray.
Yep.
If all those players are on the trade block, what would a Atlanta Hawks fan want from the Knicks in exchange for one or two of those players?
Well, I can tell you right now, man, DeJounte Murray and all the Hawks fans who follow me on Twitter know I'm standing with our GM on this one. I need 2 first-round picks and a young player for Murray. And I'm going to tell you why. You make a trade. Murray giving you 21.5 rebounds, 5 assists this year as a secondary playmaker, secondary technically backup point guard. He leads our second unit at the point guard position. He's having a career year shooting a 3 under Quinn Snyder at 38%.
Right.
He's a mid-range monster. I like to call him a baby DeRozan. He's shooting from overall from the field this year 47%. That's not it. He's also under team control for the next 3 years. And I'm going to tell you this. The extension he signed with us was very, very team friendly. If you go look at his contract, he don't even hit $30 million to year 3 of the deal. So, I mean, not like the Knicks, you know, y'all spend bread. So I don't think y'all really pay attention a lot to the cap like we do, because we know we don't go into the tax. So, you know, we penny pinching. But I believe that 2 first-round and a young player is a fair trade for Murray. Capella, hey, right at this point, I'll take a couple seconds to get Capella out of here. But I will say this: after the trade deadline, Clint's value goes up because next year he's gonna be $22 million expiring contract. So I mean, he's somebody we can hold until the offseason. Teams looking to add a big just for a quick run. Or if you just want to get off some long-term money, you could trade for Clint. He drop off next year, save you $22 million. AJ Griffin, I take a first-round pick for AJ. We're not planning right now. He had a couple issues, family issues to go on. I want to say around October, November time, where he had to take about 3 weeks off. But Quinn Snyder's not playing him. We don't know why. He's not even going to the G League. He's just sitting at the end of the bench. I mean, most fans don't know why. You'll hear random reasons, but nobody really knows. When they ask Quinn Snyder about him, he keeps it very hush hush, right?
Okay.
And who's the last person you said? Clint, AJ,
Sadiq Bey.
Oh, Sadiq Bey. No, do we speak Sadiq?
Yeah. We
Murray. That's all 4, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's why I stand on it. You know, I'm always if I'm the general manager, you know, I'm always open for business. You feel me? I don't believe in untouchables. It's a price for everybody. So especially for us.
So let me ask a question just about what you were saying right there. Just for the 4 guys that you just mentioned. And I don't want to lead you. I want you to expound on it, but I just want to add something else so that I can get a broader scope of what you're speaking about. If those 4 guys are available and if Trae Young is hurt, are the Hawks in the midst of a fire sale?
No.
Okay.
We would never be in a fire sale as long as we have Trae Young on this team. As long as we have Tony Ressler as the owner. Our owner, he wants to really money ball. He really wants us to money ball. He want to be cheap, but he want fans in the stands. All he want to do is go to the game and do the little swag surf, and then he's gone. He don't really care about commitment to winning. You know, he's on the team since 2012, if I'm not mistaken. We've never paid the luxury tax. So at this point, he's not serious about winning as far as a championship, you know, and he's a meddling owner. So that also kind of threw us off. Threw us off the original plan that Travis Link had when he got here, tore the team down. We started from bare bones. We had a plan,
Right.
but then the owner and his son interfered, threw everything off, and now we have this mess of a front office that you see now with my Hawks.
Who owns the Hawks again? Ted Turner?
Say again?
Who owns the Hawks again? Ted Turner?
No, Ted Turner ain't owned the Hawks since the 80s. Now, Tony Ressler owned the Hawks.
Oh.
And then he bought them from we had a group ownership before him, ASG, the Atlanta Spirit Group. The same ones who ran the Thrashers out of Atlanta. They mismanaged that. We used to have a hockey team. They mismanaged that, ran them out.
At least you guys are still managing the Braves well.
Well, they're owned by Liberty Media. So that's a whole separate ownership group.
Yeah. Hey, Cash, you got a crackling in your thing, man. I'm gonna just mute you while you're not talking, okay?
That's a whole different ownership group. What we got now is, owners that's not serious about winning, right? And that's one thing, like I tell fans, you got to envy teams like, even though I know some of the Knicks fans don't like Dolan, but you got to at least he spend money over the years. Y'all can say he at least spends money. We don't spend money. We have not been in the luxury tax since 2012. Well, actually before that, but I'm just talking about with this current owner. No luxury tax, 2 trips to the conference finals. He didn't try to improve the team with key free agents. And that's why you see us speak about Trae Young. Trae Young, we have not put a legit all NBA player beside this guy yet, and this is year 6. So I mean, it is what it is, But y'all over there doing big things. I see y'all gonna be buyers at the deadline.
Yeah.
Well, we've already got another buyer trade. Mind if I spill it?
So let's do this really quick. I want to just go around the panel real quick and welcome in Mets, DSJ, at Cash, and Woodshed. What I wanted to do is get everybody's thoughts just really quickly about what to expect, and then I'm going to ask Mets. Can you be our designated trade update person?
Sure, but I might.
All right. So here's how we want it to work. If somebody is talking, just let them finish their thought, and then just say, "Hey, man, there's another trade," and then let us know the details, and then we'll go around the horn and break down our opinion.
Got it.
You okay with that?
Okay.
All right. So let me bring in the big boss man. Boss man, what's good, bro?
Man, I can't call it. Can't hear it, see it, smell it, or call it, man.
Okay.
Make quick. I just want to make a quick comment because something. I want to make sure I'm accurate. So, the summer of 2022, we used draft picks to dump Alex Burks' contract, right?
Right.
Am I remember that properly? So,
right
now we're including Quentin Grimes and Fournier's contract to bring back Burks in the package, right? So we're using assets to bring them back after we use assets to dump them, right?
What's the trade? Tell us what the trade is. Well, that's Mets' job. Mets, can you tell us the trade?
Well, the most recent trade that's happened is that Gordon Hayward got traded to the Thunder in exchange for Draymond and Davis Bertans.
Okay. Was there a Knicks trade? Is there a Knicks trade?
No, the last trade was between the Hornets and Thunder.
Okay, so the rumor is, and it's funny, we talked about it yesterday, Bogdanovich and Burks coming to the Knicks, and Fournier, Grimes, Sims, and some second-round picks going to Detroit. That's the rumor right now.
Oh, so it's a rumor, so it's not a trade.
Not official.
Good job. Hey, Mets, good job on that, too, because Mets would not say that was great job on that one, bro. You did good. Cash, what's good, bro?
What's good, man? I got a confirmation from Wojnarowski. It's Grimes, 2 future second rounds to the Pistons for Alex Burke. Shams and Wojnarowski confirmed. Now, I don't know the other moving parts in the trade.
All right.
Burks is coming back.
Hey, Cash, your audio sound disjointed, bro. Do you have headphones you can use? Because
Yeah,
it might be the browser on you. It might be the phone browser you're using with the
yeah. I'm
with the
a
StreamYard app.
switch over. I'm a take my picture off and the mic and put some headphones. But that's a confirmation. Go to Twitter. It's there.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
All
just reading off what I got from NBA.com. That's why I brought up the Hayward trade.
No, hey
I
man,
got
no,
it.
you doing good, bro. So Mets is the designated trade person. So when it happens, when it's official, Mets will let us know the details, and then we'll chop it up. Cowboy Bob, what's good, bro?
Salute, guys. How you guys doing today? Good morning to the panel. Good morning to the chat.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Freezy, I'm gonna go ahead and roll, man. See, y'all got action going on, baby.
Yeah, we got. But listen, man, I was
Salute the Grimes. Now I ain't got to worry about Hawks fan keep screaming for this cat. That's all they talk about. Get Grimes. Well, he gone now. Can't get him.
Yo, but what I was gonna ask you real quick before you get out of here though, I wanted to talk to you about what the Hawks do, at the trade deadline on the Check Ball podcast. So whenever you get some time, whenever it is, man, I'm gonna just hit you up, and if you get like 8 to 10 minutes, me and Cowboy Bob will come through and holler at you.
Yeah. Hey, you got my number. Send me a text. You might have to call me and send me a text, man, because I'm working right now. So
yeah, you are working from home too. Yes,
yeah, I work from home.
Hey, all you got to do is send your drone. We know you got drones, bro. Just send one out our way, and we got you with the messages. No more carrier pigeons.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, thank you for coming through too, bro.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate you.
Hey,
no doubt.
salute Damone.
Salute to all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
On,
Keep doing y'all thing over here, man. I'm pulling for y'all until y'all play my boys.
Of course.
Hey, look, we were pulling for you until you did what you did to Randall, man. We still ain't forgot. You don't treat our boy like that, man. You don't leave him on the island by himself and disrespect.
Hey, come on, Cowboy Bob. 2 years ago, most of the Knicks fan base didn't even want Randall here.
Right.
We did y'all a favor right there. We just a little late with it.
All right, we'll see you in the playoffs.
All right now.
All right, boss. Hey, salute to Foot. Foot was in the chat. Foot, I see you, man. Salute to Foot and all the Hawks fans that came through to enjoy the conversation. That's our brother, part of our crossover brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? Part of our crossover brotherhood. So, Cowboy Bob.
I literally just woke up.
So Cowboy Bob. So I'm gonna ask Cowboy Bob to take over the moderation at about 12:30. And then that way, me and King Ribby and Wood can all be analysts, and we're gonna rotate around the horn, kind of like that, so that we won't wear one person out. DSJ, what's good, bro?
Yo, what's going on, Unc? Salute to everybody in the chat. Of course, salute to everybody in the panel. What's going on?
Okay.
Good, DSG.
So
what up?
So Wood, that trade is official now.
What? I'm curious. I'm just logging in. Like, what trade? I literally just got back from the dentist like 10 minutes ago to get on here.
You know I'm triggered by that, right?
Alex Burks, Quinn for
untouchable for Donovan Mitchell. Can't trade him for Mitchell. Use picks to dump Alec Burks. And turn around and use Grimes and picks to get Alec Burks.
Salute. Bogdanovich is also included. It was a multiplayer trade. Fournier, Malachi Flynn are already out on the deal, and Bogdanovich is coming back as well. The initial deal didn't make sense money wise for it to be just Grimes and Alec Burks.
Right.
Other players had to be involved, and we got.
Jay, what we're interested in is the official deal. So what's the official deal?
Well, the parts that are being talked about right now is essentially Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, Grimes. I believe a couple seconds for Bogdanovich and Alec Burks.
Wow.
I have a bad feeling about this trade.
I mean, you can look at Wojnarowski and Sham's Twitter account right now.
I'm looking at it now, man.
Wow, that just I had a good wow. Okay. I had a real good proposal.
I'm just waiting on it to
to
become
get
official.
a player that was a sleeper, that was a wing player, but I guess the Knicks know what they're doing.
Yeah. So the reason why I asked Dre about the specific particulars is because if they made a move, right, and saved assets in the process, that may be the indicator that another move is on the way. And so Dre, I'm asking you, is that an indicator that the Knicks may be interested in another move?
Another move probably over the summer, but I think they're done.
But not at the trade deadline, right?
Nah, I think they're done.
Yeah,
Right now.
yeah. So all the questions I'm asking it'll be about the trade deadline. The summer.
Yeah. I think they're done. Like if we're talking about all the money, the easily movable money, they already moved it. Like Fournier, that's it. That's about it.
But
I
Dre,
don't
I
think
just got
there's nobody else in our actual rotation that we're going to use to
Yeah,
move and ship
I agree
out.
with
So
that.
I think
but
we're
Dre,
kind of locked in with this roster right now.
who did we give up? You said Fournier, Ryan,
Malachi Flynn, Grimes,
Malachi.
and so far 2 second-round picks. There might be more draft compensation in terms of the Bogdanovich part of the deal. Like you remember when we did the Raptors trade, we essentially turned it into 2 transactions.
Yeah,
So
two
it might
separate
be a move where
transactions.
it's like it's 2 different transactions. So there might be some draft compensation on the way
Okay.
for Bogdanovich. It might be like a protected first. It might be giving them back their first. But initially there was word that the Pistons didn't really want any draft compensation in this draft because this draft isn't very good. So we don't know if we sent them 2025 from like the Wizards or something. We don't know. We don't know just yet.
I was gonna say, Jay, you said that you don't think that there's a possible trade there. I think there is. I think they left enough room to get a sleeper. I still think it's possible that this sleeper I was gonna bring up is still available. Naj Marshall from New Orleans
Najee
Pelicans.
Marshall.
Yeah, from the Pelicans. He's under 2 million. He's a 40% from three shooter. He's a wing defender. He gives you
Okay, so
physical
who are
20
you
minutes.
trading for him? Because you got to give up. You got to
Hold
give
on
up.
before y'all do that. Let me do the super chats real quick. Jay Boogie, thank you for the generous contribution.
Ain't no need to super chat that. Ain't no need to super chat that.
Okay, Alec Burks. Okay.
Hey, salute, 3 capital. Hey, listen, I need to be entertained. Them trades is being made. Y'all need to be entertaining the people and let us know. We already got Bob. We already got Alex Burks. Now, forget who we trading. We got them people in the house already, and it don't make a difference what we traded because we still got our core. I need to be entertained while I'm on the road. Y'all handling y'all business. I'm amped up. This is a big day for the New York Knicks, man. Stop playing with us. Salute, 3 capital S's, man.
The full trade details
I'm
are out.
The full trade details are out. Say this to Jay Boogie, man. We run a great channel, bro, and the numbers say that. We know what we're doing. Shout out to my man Jay Boogie. The channel is a busting channel. It's the 5th best Knicks channel on YouTube with a bullet. You know what I'm saying? We know what we're doing. Y'all already know who the big 4 are. You know what I'm saying? It's a big 4, and then it's Lawrence Tears. So, shout out to everybody on the thing. Shout out to my man Jay Boogie. Jay Boogie must have had a double cappuccino with a shot of his.
Another trade on the horizon.
Hold on. Before you go, Max.
Thank you for the generous contribution. He says they traded Ryan to the Pistons too. He might get 2 minutes to play them. Okay.
The full trade details are out. From Adrian Wojnarowski, the Knicks get Bogdan Bogdanovich and Alec Burks. The Pistons get Quinn Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, Ryan Arcidiacono.
Yes.
2 second-round picks.
They did this more. No, because he had to get traded with Fournier to get the money off. That's what I had in my notes. I have it in my notes. That's why I said the Knicks, they're doing something. We on the same page, at least in that aspect.
Okay.
My fault, Dre.
Okay, here's the trade that may be in the works right now. According to Wojnarowski, Dallas is close to a deal landing Daniel Gafford from Washington in exchange for Rashawn Holmes and draft compensation.
Okay. All right. So Max, right now, we're just gonna talk about the just give us a few so that we can talk about the Knicks trade. We're gonna hold off on the other NBA trades just real quick. and I know they're important, and I know that's what Max was gonna do, right? Tell us about the trades, but we didn't know that the Knicks trade was gonna come through this quickly. So so let's talk about and listen, everyone, please give people enough time to talk. Don't cut them off, right? So now that the trade is in theory official, right? Woodshed, what do you think about what the Knicks received versus what they paid?
I think it's a fair deal. The optics of it will make you say, "Oh, they hustled backwards a little bit," but they gave away picks that they weren't going to use. It gave away a young player that wasn't in the long term plans. It's obvious, and then they also gave away Evan, who literally is a paperweight. So
An albatross.
you got two players, one that can fill in as a playmaker for the second unit, another one that to me I would start Bogdan off the rip. I would start him until OG is back. Um, so they got things that they can use, but things that they weren't going to use. So
Right. So what they
it's positive.
this is what they paid. You felt like the Knicks came out to an advantage.
Yeah, I think they came out to an advantage. I think unless we find out that there's multiple first round picks going other way or something like that, then I think the Knicks did all right.
Okay.
Same
Okay.
here.
Okay. All right. Hey, Cash, are you there? I guess Cash is not there. All right, Dre. Let's get Dre. Let's get into it just real quick. Right. What do you feel like the Knicks gained versus what they paid?
They gained experience. Two
Mm-hmm.
guys that shoot 40+% from three, like the analytics support, like bringing in guys like that because ultimately you're trying to build around Brunson and always have guys around him that are bigger than him that can space the court for him. So there might be instances where they might neither start, but there's gonna be times where they play with Brunson. So I understand the move, and they're also in terms of Bogdanovich, he's a contract that you can use in the summer to throw into a bigger trade deal. I believe he has another year on his contract. They signed him for that reason. The Pistons signed him for that reason to be movable. So I like the move. We didn't give up any first. The only thing
Exactly.
that we might actually think about losing tangibly is Ryan Arcidiacono calling out three in the keys from the bench. That's about it.
Right.
But,
Yeah, now we don't have a defensive stoolie.
well,
Right.
yeah, we'll absolutely miss that point of attack defense that Grimes did provide us, even though he was very inconsistent offensively. But
I'm an Archiacono.
Right.
yeah, Arcidiacono is not an actual player that we played. So.
I meant he could be
Let me
snake.
get Mets. Hold on, Mets. Hold on, man. Hold on. Hey, Mets. You gotta
Sorry.
abide by the rule, bro. If you're gonna talk, come on, bro. We gotta do it in the order, right? King Ribby. So what are you thinking? What are you thinking about the trade?
I like it. I just think that in my opinion, what's his name again from the Detroit again?
Bogdanovich.
Yeah, I think he's gonna start, in my opinion. And what's the guy name again? What's shooting guard?
Dante DiVincenzo.
Dante. I think he's gonna come off the bench.
What? Oh, my fault.
Right. Yeah. Come on, y'all. I can do I can do the show by myself. I don't really need to have people in the live stream.
That's in my opinion. We shall see. But other than that, I think it's a fair trade.
Okay. Okay. All right. So because what I want to do is get the input of others that have not spoken just yet. Right. DSJ. So what are you thinking, bro?
Fair compensation. Overall, I'm just looking at the fact that you got security slash insurance for OG Anunoby with Bogdanovich based on the floor. Um, Somewhat capable of defense. Alec Burks will definitely be. I think he's coming off the bench as your secondary playmaker to help to keep Miles McBride situated in the offensive sets and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I mean, right now it just looks like we didn't spend a lot of money to get, especially for him being an expiring deal. Um, Alec Burks being an expiring deal, so I think that we made it all right so far. Hopefully, there's more to do in the summertime. that whatever we do right now, that it's not just about running it back and continuity. But for right now, I think we did all right in this deal.
All right. All right. All right. So, hey, so Mets, what are you thinking? How do you like the trade, bro? What's your feelings on it? Do you think the trading of the draft picks might be a little bit too much, or do you feel like we gave away too many players, and now we have to replace the players that have lost in an odd player trade?
Getting rid of Fournier, I didn't have an issue with.
Okay.
Grimes, they're not going to be able to use until we figure out how long he's out with that knee injury. Flynn, we could have at least kept out of the trade deal. Arcidiacono, he was a little more than what we use as a bench. He was a little more than a bench stool pigeon to call out 3 in the keys. The draft picks a bit excessive even for second round picks, but I get it.
Okay. Dre, I think. I'm sorry, Wood. You wanted to interject something, Wood?
Oh no, I'm just listening. I think they did okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they did okay.
Okay. Well, I'll say this, Dre. I think this trade is genius in execution, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I say it's genius in execution, I think it's genius in execution, like how you make an omelet, right? Like when you make an omelet, you don't necessarily use all expensive ingredients. You may use all cheap ingredients, but the finished product, the omelet, turns out to be a great product. You feel me?
Yeah.
And so I think that the genius of it is doing the odd number trade so that you have vacant roster spots, right? So now when it comes to approaching the buyout market after or whenever before March 1st, now you don't have to cut and waive people and waste money now, you know what I'm saying, in order to get a Kyle Lowry because you have vacant roster spots, right? And so I know that seems like an afterthought for this trade, but I think in our front office, who are notorious penny pinchers, I think that's exactly what they wanted to do in order to save salary and not have dead money on the cap. So when it comes to the offseason and this season, they can maneuver more freely and add players without getting penalized at the salary cap.
Yeah, I was gonna say everything that the Knicks have done in terms of the last 2-3 years is all about maintaining flexibility at all times. They're not trying to go over these. They're not trying to go over that apron, the first or the second. They're not even trying to touch the tax, to be absolutely honest. So I understand all the moves that they made. Like all the guys they gave. I think we got rid of 4 guys roster spot wise,
right?
Just to bring in 2.
Right.
Good.
It also immediately makes our bench unit viable. And these are 2 starting caliber players. So while we're suffering these current injuries, they can keep our heads above water in the meantime because number one, they're professionals.
Right.
And in Burke's case, he's already been in the system, been a part of this team. So he already knows what's needed and what's wanted from him on a night to night basis between him and Tibbs. So I'm not too mad at the deal. The only thing that kind of makes me wary is like we acquired 2 rotational guys that are bona fide NBA caliber players that can play on a lot of teams. It makes me wonder, and they're both wings. Makes me wonder what OG's health scenario or situation is like. Did we target 2 wings because we don't know if OG's going to be out a little bit longer than anticipated, or maybe we targeted 2 because Randall is out and Bogdanovich can play 4 at times, and he has played 4 for multiple teams. So it's one of those things where I think we kind of assessed where we are in terms of our roster construction and our current health situation, and we try to like knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, and then also have the opportunity and have flexibility to target like the buyout market to fill in holes. Because I think we lost our 3rd point guard, and Alec Burks can make some. He's not a point guard, so I think we're going to.
But he's better than Deuce, though. He's better than Deuce at initiating, bro. We got
absolutely.
Hell
but
yeah.
I think that's the point that you're making, like with the buyout market and Kyle Lowry. that makes the most sense.
Well,
But we're competing with the Sixers for Kyle Lowry. At least that's what
and
the word is.
Orlando, and
Yeah.
I heard Orlando was in the mix also.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but just really quickly, everybody, I also think, and I want to throw this out there for Fada for us to talk about, maybe get your thoughts on it. I think this move clears the way for us to be in a 3-team trade since we have roster spots. And so now we can, if there's a major trade out, for instance, if there is a major trade for, say, DeJounte Murray to another team, and another team needs a place to move players, right? Move such and such players so they won't get taxed for cutting a player and adding a player at the same time. And I think the Knicks might be that team that can contribute to being the silent investor, so to speak, in a 3-team trade, right? In a 3-team trade or a 4-team trade, where the Knicks have say a roster spot and they still have a movable asset and Jericho Sims and some others that they may be able to add that's at the back end of the roster. But before we get to that, let me do this. Y'all just let me have my moment, right? I already, before this thing started, I had a pad here with a name in particular on it, right? And that name is Evan Fournier, right? And so I just wanted to say about Evan Fournier, thank you for your time being a Knick, right? I want to say thank you to Evan Fournier for being, because what the Knicks sold him versus what he got was ridiculous, right? And if you're a free agent considering signing with the Knicks and you watched how the Evan Fournier situation played out, right? It would be buyers beware going forward. Can you trust the Knicks if you want to sign a long-term deal, seeing what they promise you versus what you get? Now, mind you, when Evan Fournier was bought here, the team looked a certain way. He seemed like the perfect addition to replace Reggie Bullock, right? But then when you coupled Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker and Derrick Rose, it just wasn't the perfect fit at the time, and the team has doubled down on their original direction. They were defense first, then they knew they needed to add offense, and they added offense. It didn't work for the coach. Then that Kemba Walker signing and the Evan Fournier signing turned out to be bad, right? And in the process, Evan Fournier had 3 years or 2 years of his prime taken away from him sitting on the bench, when Evan Fournier is definitely a top 300 player in the NBA. Basically, what I'm saying is Evan Fournier is a rotation player, right? Is he a starter? I don't know. Is he a 6-man at this point? Probably, right? If you just need buckets off the bench, a guy that's going to come off your bench and score, defense optional, Evan Fournier is your guy. But we treated Evan Fournier as if he was a top 500 player. And that wasn't fair for a guy with a track record of getting buckets in the NBA. So, Evan Fournier, listen, your stint here, you frustrated me a lot, but thank you for being professional. Now you in Detroit, you're going to get all the shots you want, and I hope you can revive your career, right? So Evan Fournier, all I'm going to say to you, I'm going to say it in French, c'est la vie, right? Anybody else got anything to say about the Fournier deal, the Fournier going?
Salute, Evan.
I have a little bit of an opposite take to you. I hope Dante breaks the 3-point record for the Knicks. I want Evan Fournier erasure, but nah. But to be absolutely honest, I do appreciate what he actually did in his time here. I do appreciate that he didn't become a complete malcontent,
right,
and ride on the bench and make everything poisonous and sour for the team.
Right.
The fact that we used his contract and flipped it into 2 guys that fit what we want to do for right now
Right.
is pretty good. And two guys, and one of those guys will be featured in a deal later on and over the summer. Like I'm looking at it, and I'm appreciative of what actually happened. Now the encore is the encore. We'll see how that goes.
Right.
But I don't want to completely dismiss the time Aaron Fournier had here and the record that he actually broke here. We actually have to acknowledge that. Yeah.
All right. All right. Mets, what you got, bro?
Well, personally, Evan, in my view, got a bad hand dealt when he was brought here. I mean, sure, he broke the 3-point record, but beyond that, what did he do here? Practically nothing, mostly because shot judgment, poor ball handling, and it basically caused Tips' blood to boil to the point he left him permanently on the bench to rot unless it was garbage time and we were either getting stomped or doing the stomping. Personally, I think he's gotten out of a toxic situation. In Detroit, he can at least help the team rebuild to some levels and give them a culture they can at least somewhat attempt to build off of. So, happy trails, Evan. I hope we never meet again outside playing each other.
Right. Right. Wood, what are you thinking, bro?
I think that the right thing was done.
Sorry.
We talked about it previously. I couldn't see a world where you can justify, telling the dude, hey, we're not going to let you play basketball. And we're not going to trade you either. And we're probably going to pick up your option and not let you play basketball again. And then we might trade you in the summer. So I think him being included in that deal is a positive because you want to see it flip into something instead of just walking for nothing, man.
Right. 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 Cash, what you thinking, bro? Cash, you struggling with technology this morning, man? Corey Lee is in the building. Corey Lee, what's good, bro?
What up? Salute to everybody, the panel in the chat.
Corey
I just want to say,
Lee. Good.
I just want to say, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Evans, Evan Fournier, it was never personal. It was always business. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for your service. God bless in your new endeavors. You know what I'm saying? And be happy wherever you are. Because now at least you get some burn. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to get yourself back in the basketball shape, brother. But God bless you. Thank you.
Yo, Cowboy Bob got something. Cowboy Bob, what you got, bro?
I just been listening, man. Just listening. To be honest, I'm actually glad with the trade. It's not the players I expected as far as who I was looking for, but it's the right fit because I was talking about we need a wing defender, we need someone to cover the 4 and the 3, and we got that in Bogdanovich, and we got a guard. So for me, like I said, I'm not big on the names, but the way they went about it, creating cap space, they actually added Ryan. I actually did that as well. I'm surprised. And as well as getting rid of Fournier, I didn't kind of Grimes is the only thing I'm different about, but to everybody that they got rid of, I'm appreciative of it because I think it balances out what we need. But I think we still need one more player. But to Fournier, thank you for your years. Apologize it didn't work out, but Fournier, thank you for being a gentleman about it because this could have went a different way.
It could have went south. Let me ask. I want to ask y'all this. Now that Grimes is gone, what's your feeling on Quentin Grimes being gone? I want to start with Mets and then King Ribby and DSJ. Mets, what are you thinking about Grimes, bro? Grimes being included in the trade.
Kind of a mixed bag. On the one hand, he could play well when he gets the opportunity, given the minutes, and he will put on a good performance. But on the other hand, and when you put him in a situation where he has to play second or third fill to people like Randall or Brunson, he crumbled. And he was just a bad shot. He basically passed it up, sweep the fact that he didn't take the opportunity under the rug instead of confront it. And it really grated on a lot of fans' nerves. You have the open shot, take it.
instead of just coughing it up and just passing backwards to Randall or Brunson. And I think that was his biggest flaw. He wasn't a take charge kind of guy.
Wasn't aggressive.
Right. Now that he's going to Detroit, he's got that chance when most of the guys they do have on there aren't all that aggressive. I mean, the closest I can find to an aggressive player on the Pistons, I think, is Jalen Duren.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right. DSJ, what you thinking, bro?
In terms of Quentin Grimes, honestly, I buy. I mean, that's really it. You know what I'm saying?
You said ain't no lie, bye.
Very indifferent, and like a Rick James single. But hey, at the end of the day, I mean, you know what I'm saying? A couple of games that he's done well for us. Thanks a lot. At least now you're closer to the University of Memphis, where you and Penny Hardaway can keep training in the off season. So, say la vie.
Say la vie, right?
Hasta luego.
Yeah, man. What you thinking, bro, about Grimes?
I'm gonna keep it authentic. Every NBA roster has a Quentin Grimes. I was a big supporter of him, man, for a couple of years. But when I figured out that it wasn't a skill issue, it was a will issue, you know, I couldn't continue to, you know, support that, man. You got to be willing to do what you can do on the basketball court. He wasn't willing.
Yo, that's wild, bro.
Freeze, I wanted to mention one thing. According to Bobby Marks, like we were saying earlier, the Knicks. I'll quote Bobby Marks. New York has 2 open roster spots at $2.5 million below the luxury tax. Plenty of room below the first apron to sign players bought out of their contract. So yeah, we're definitely going to be in the buyout market.
Yeah, bro. Yo, that dude, Uncle Freezy, sometimes know what he's talking about, bro. Sometimes. So I honestly thought the genius of this trade, because Dre, listen, for one, I'm gonna pause my Grimes take, right, just real quick, right. But for this, like what you just added, my intent, and I know you guys are smart basketball guys and smart sports guys, right? My thought on this was the Knicks were targeting Jaden Ivey still, right? My thought was Grimes, Fournier, a first-round pick for Burks and Jaden Ivey. And what happened is Jaden Ivey, coming up to the trade deadline, started looking like the top 5 pick
for sure
that Detroit was expecting.
Look like John Morant.
Right.
Start looking like John Morant.
Yeah. And so what happened is the more he started looking like the guy, the less likely it would have been for the Knicks to, add a young, dynamic top 5. Dre, tell me if you heard this term before. Crown gem type of
blue
young
chipper
talent.
A blue chipper.
A blue chipper, right? Because if y'all hadn't noticed, all the brown chippers are gone. All of them. All of the brown chippers are gone, right?
And all the moves we made.
That was classic.
All the moves we made, we didn't touch not one first rounder.
Not one for yep. And so my thought on the Pistons thing was it's like you know how when you go out, you know what I'm saying, you start your night with maybe a light drink and then you progressively get to the heavier drinks as the night progresses. You know what I'm saying? I thought the Alec Burks thing was a gateway to Jaden Ivey, and Jaden Ivey spoiled it by becoming a quality NBA player in a matter of maybe late December through January. Right. He I think he earned his way back into Detroit's good graces. Right. But here's the thing. Here's the most important thing, though, from what I gather from the Detroit trade. Right. I think the Knicks' dream of getting a superstar in the offseason is still on the table. because you still have all the picks, you still have the salary to match, you still have the quality NBA players, right? And then you still have guys that can sweeten a deal like a Mitchell Robinson, right? Even a Julius Randle, a three-time All-Star on a very cheap NBA contract, right? When you talk about three-time All-Stars, anytime you say three-time All-Star, right? Any three-time All-Star in their prime, their salary doesn't start with a 2. Julius Randle's does.
Start
Right?
with a 5 or 6.
Yeah. And so I think the Knicks have positioned themselves to make a blockbuster move in the offseason, but they've also positioned themselves to be championship caliber contenders in the playoffs this year.
They've put themselves into a position where they can analyze going forward a guy like Randall. Like, if can we win a title with him? Because there's not going to be any excuses. Granted, he's hurt right now, but it's going to put the emphasis and the focal point on the actual core, which is Brunson and Randall, and Brunson is going nowhere. So
Right.
it's gonna basically emphasize who going forward is going to be part of this organization this
Dre,
year.
did you also notice that
After this year.
did you also notice and Wood Cowboy Bob, this is one of the things that all of us talk about in separate conversations. So I'm speaking to multiple people, but I had the same conversation with multiple people, not because I initiated, but because of this is what y'all think, especially DSJ. DSJ, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but the Knicks got bigger, right? When you notice the guys that left versus the guys that came in positionally, you have now bigger size at your positions.
Yeah, I actually did notice that, and that's why initially when I made the comment about the insurance for OG Anunoby with the Bogdanovich deal, it also made me think about too, because I know you were just a little disappointed with the fact that we got rid of Ryan Arcidiacono, but to keep your mind at ease, this is usually how it goes, where trade deadline or at the buyout market we'll end up getting rid of them. So to keep you at ease, faking news, by the summertime we'll be bringing them back on another $2 million deal.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back.
Like Contra.
Yeah.
Unlimited lives, unlimited contracts with the Knicks.
Up, up, down, down, left, right.
Them. Yep. So my Grimes thing is this. Good. It's about time. Bro, nobody had more Knicks one-ups than Quentin Grimes. Right? I thought Frank Ntilikina got one-ups multiple times. And for those one-ups is extra lives in the arcade. You remember in the arcade, you know what I'm saying? You hit the thing and it gets you a little one-up, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But Grimes is gone. Man, toodaloo. I've said it since day one. Grimes was a ham sandwich. Now they can enjoy ham sandwiches in Detroit. Bye. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to kick his back in, bro. You can't be a scary dude playing in the Garden, bro. And I know that sounds distasteful, but I think you could find a Quentin Grimes in any NBA draft in the late first, early second round. Right? I think you could just find that guy, a guy that's going to play hard and knock down wide open 3-pointers. Justo, thank you for Jen's contribution. Justo says that clutch CAA meeting still is something. Leon made us a contender and make a splash move next year. We'll see, bro. We'll see. What do y'all think about Grimes, bro?
I'm gonna miss him a little bit because that number 6 jersey that can be worn again, and I like the number 6 and when he wore it and stuff like that. So that's why that's the only reason why.
So you like Trent Tucker?
I mean,
No.
you could find a Kristaps Porzingis jersey in a bargain bin somewhere
Yeah.
for like $10 at a mom and pop store. You know.
Yeah. And it'll be one size too big, so you can wear an undershirt with it.
I'm more so like I like Quentin Grimes for what he presented potentially, but he never really lived up to it, and maybe he didn't have the mental fortitude to grow and get to that next level that we needed him to be at. And everything that we're doing is on the Brunson timeline. And if you're not a blue chipper, you're not really gonna help Jalen Brunson as a young player. We need young veterans or guys that are in that
That
age 26 to 29 range.
that's it.
And that's what we've been targeting. So
Exactly.
it, I know you didn't want to kick his back in, Fuzi, but it is what it is.
Hold on. So applying back means he had a spine.
Freezy, you're not supposed to be doing this to your light skinned brother like this.
Yeah, man. He got the. I'm Nigerian, bro.
Hey, he's gonna be on. He's coming off the bench over there too, by the way. So if they view him as a 2 guard, he's not coming up. He's not playing ahead of Cade or J9.
He's not playing ahead of Killian Hayes, bro. Killian Hayes is a better player than that dude, bro.
Killian Hayes asked for a trade request, which is funny.
Not to cut anybody off. Do we play them again this season?
Yeah, we do. In the Garden.
Watch. Just watch. You know, come in with
God.
vengeance. All right.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that video package. All the times that they'll pass the ball off the open three.
Yo, you see, Quentin Grimes is gone. Now we can stop paying overtime to our medical staff.
You don't know?
I'm actually going to say something about Quentin Grimes leaving. I sure am going to miss my grilled ham sandwich at the deli on the corner. I'm going to miss that meal. That was my dude. But you know what? Greater passions can work out for you. Look at RJ. It didn't work out here, but we tried, man. At least you got some type of, push. Because some people in your position, losing your starting job to a bench player and you were given what you were given and expected what you were expected would have been a role player and then faded out of the league. So you got your second chance with Detroit. Good luck. We still need a center.
Yeah. I think the Knicks are gonna work on that. That one will be easier. I think the center position will be easier to fill, Cowboy Bob, than that. I think, and it sounds crazy, but I think the Knicks can just sign Bismack Biyombo. Right? Yeah, bro.
Oh, I didn't want to cut you up, but remember what we were talking about yesterday with the wing defender, the center, and the point guard. They already knocked out 2 of those 3. And that's the amazing part because I even came here with a cheaper guy, and I didn't even know that we have what we have. So we got rid of cap space, 4 guys. I think there's a guy that's going to be – one guy that's coming in is going to be a big fish. Like you said, we can sign any big center to come in, but I think Vincenzo might be coming, or I dare say I see Claxton is still available.
Might be coming.
That's not.
No,
okay,
that's not.
Look,
that's not happening.
Okay,
for sure.
Look, we still got first-round draft picks. There's still other centers we can get. There's a lot of centers we can go after. I even looked this morning. Nick Claxton is available. So there's a lot of good centers we could give up draft picks for, and we would be solidified. That's the only worry that I really had.
But with this front office don't give up draft picks for like players like him. Like I don't see that happening.
What do you mean?
To be honest,
he's gonna back up Hartenstein. He's gonna give you a double-double. And he's going to create floor spacing for you.
But Mitch is coming back, supposedly. So we can have 3? We can have 3 backup centers? 3
No,
centers?
how you have 3 backup centers? You start Hart, you let Mitchell rest, and then you have Valanciunas play majority of the minutes. You start Hart until he gets into foul trouble, have Valanciunas cover him, and then when Mitchell is actually fully healthy, you have a 3-man rotation.
Do you hear yourself?
That's not the Tom Thibodeau way.
It's only for the playoff. Hold on. You guys are acting like I'm expecting him to play the entire season.
Hold on.
There's 31 games left. Hold on.
No,
31 games left, and we need this stability from now to get to the playoffs, and then from the playoffs there.
I understand that, but just hear me out. How much do the center With Valanciunas. How much does he make?
He makes. Give me 1 sec. I got it right here. 8.
He make.
Nope, that's tight. Hold on. 15 million.
Okay, so who's replacing him with 15 million?
Again, like I said, a player like him is coming. A big name player like him.
You
No,
didn't
I understand what
answer
you're
my
saying. You're
question.
saying that, yeah, I am answering your question. You said that Valanciunas is not coming due to money. And I said, that is a good point because we did get rid of Grimes and Fournier. What I'm saying is we're going to get a big center like that or Nick Claxton. You're right with the money, but I'm saying I still think a big name guy like Valanciunas, Claxton, some center is going to be big enough because they created enough space with the draft picks. That's what I was saying. I apologize if I babbled.
I disagree.
So
we got another one.
Okay, go ahead, Max.
Okay. Oh wait, this is from earlier this morning. It was Simon Fontecchio going to Utah for Kevin Knox, the rights to Gabriel Procedia, and a future second.
Okay, so Kevin Knox to Utah. Then okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Ribby,
right.
Real quick. The question is,
fire sale.
I have a quick question for you. Do you not believe that the Knicks would make a move for a center or a big name? Like, what don't you believe?
Well, the thing about it is the question is vague and open ended because make a move doesn't necessarily mean trade.
The big move could be a center or it could be something else. I don't know why you're so harped in on like center. It doesn't necessarily have to be a center.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
yeah,
I'm just okay. No,
And then
I'm
makes
not,
15 million.
Yeah, and then plus
yesterday's trade. Never mind.
yeah, and then plus Tom Thibodeau doesn't really feature a center on offense. Would basically Tibbs just wants the center to rim protect and rebound, right?
Exactly.
And do you need 5 of those guys to rim protect and rebound?
No.
I'm gonna say I'll say it like this because I understand what Cowboy Bob is going. It's not the number of bodies; it's the number of players that are healthy. See, because I think what's being missed in the entire point is if Mitch is hurt and Hartenstein is hurt, right? And Sims is, and people won't speak to this, but Sims has his own fair share of injuries as well, right? If you don't remember, last year he missed playoffs last year with a shoulder injury, right? And so it's not the number of bodies; it's the number of bodies that are healthy, but also at the same time, it's also the asking price in exchange for said player in a trade scenario, and what that player makes in salary. The prorated salary for the 30 remaining games of this NBA season, plus what he's played in the playoffs.
29, but who's counting?
So it's I felt like it was a good question. I just felt like the answer to it might have been a little bit too much for me to digest. Like if it were a Herb Jones Valanciunas deal, and we got Herb Jones and Valanciunas together, then I could it'd have been more palatable for me. But to that roster spot and maybe having to trade a rotation player for Valanciunas, that's a bridge too far for me.
What about?
No, he was saying draft consideration.
I was actually saying like we could get another player. Like you could even get a Cody Zeller, just someone to back up iHeart that's solidified at what they're doing.
But Dre pointed out to us though that the Knicks only have $2.5 million in usable space.
Yeah, and Cody Zeller is I think 2.3 million.
That's good, but that other player, he's make like at least like 15 million. That's not gonna work.
And I agree with you. I said you were right with the money. That can't happen, but we still need another center. Like for example, Cody Zeller, he's I think he's 6'10". He makes like 20.
He's on a roster right now, but to that
he's
point,
on New Orleans. He's on New Orleans.
We're not going to trade for that.
I'm not.
You could literally just sign Bismack Biyombo.
That's what he just said. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just giving out names out there. I'm saying that there are players out there that we can get. Cody Zeller is available. There's other guys.
You can go get back and get New Orleans.
Hey, whoever's available, but we need to get a healthy center because we still forget that Hartenstein has issues with foul troubles and he's still injured. And I don't want to put Precious at the 5 because he's already covering the 4 for Randall.
Well, to be
Okay.
honest, well, yeah.
So Rome from Rome for Rock, thank you for the Jen's contribution. Rome said, "Hey, no more ham sandwiches." Bim,
I'll
get
make
off
my
that
grilled
pause.
cheese ham
Only the
sandwich.
ones from the bodega.
Boar's head?
Yeah,
No boar's head?
Deets and Watson. You talking
Yeah,
about Deets
you
and
know
Watson?
it.
So these two pickups, well, not Burks, but the pickup that we got from Detroit. What is he? What kind of
Bogdanovich?
sandwich is he? Yeah, what kind of sandwich is he?
He didn't even play yet. Let him get a game under him first.
Well, I mean, he's established. You kind of know what you're getting from him. For like, he shoots. We acquired 2 guys that shoot 40% from 3
Right.
Nah,
and
yeah, I know.
provide positional versatility in terms of guys that can play 2, 3. In terms of Alec Burks, he can play 1, 2, 3. Bogdanovich can line up anywhere between the 2 to the 4
Right.
on any given night. If you have the defenders to mask some of the deficiencies that he has on the defensive end.
Right.
But in terms
So
of having legit spacing out there, teams will pay for trying to trap Brunson. We get any type of health, it's going to pick your poison. Either Brunson's getting into the paint, or we're going to beat you over the head with a bunch of threes. So it's pick your poison at this point in terms of the roster construction. And we didn't give up any first round picks for any of the deals we did mid season.
Right.
I can't complain. I have
So,
no logical complaint.
quick question. So Bogdanovich, he starting
Right now, yes, because OG's out.
over D?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about after OG come back.
No. After
No.
OG comes out, no, he's coming off the bench. He's lining it up off the bench.
No, and but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Kingbird, because I understand your point, right? You're making a point about what are we going to do with the starting lineup? Is it going to disrupt team chemistry? Think about this. Now that you have Bogdanovich, you now don't have to rush Randall back, right? OG is the short term, maybe this week, maybe next week, on arrival, right? But now that Randall reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks thing means if Randall doesn't feel 100%, you can still rotate OG, Precious, Bogey, and at those two forward spots. Now you have a clear rotation of those guys. Now you get less of Josh Hart on the perimeter wide open for 3, and now you get more Alec Burks and Bogey wide open for 3 on the perimeter. And if they don't leave Bogey and Burks wide open, that means Jalen Brunson's driving lanes are less impeded, right? So if we're thinking about the big picture in terms of basketball theorem schemes and strategy, of course, having Bogey and Alec Burks on the roster, whether they're both starting, both off the bench, one starts, one off the bench, it creates spacing and playmaking and room for Jalen Brunson, right? And then when Randall comes back, and to think about if teams double team Randall, think about this is the thing I wanted y'all to think about during the trade. When teams double team Randall and you have Bogey, DiVincenzo, and Brunson all spot up on the perimeter, you cannot bring the double teams, or you can't at least zombie double team. The Scooby-Doo double team where like, I might be coming, I might not be, I might be on the way, I might not. You can't do that any longer because all Jalen Brunson, all Dante DiVincenzo, all Bogdanovich need is an inch of daylight to get that 3 off, and all of them are going to shoot it at 40% or more.
Don't forget OG too, Freezy.
Yeah, and OG, yeah, and OG.
I was gonna say, Dre, doesn't it look like? Remember when we spoke earlier in the season? I told you us shooting as a team 42% from 3 makes us a better team. Do you now think that with these trades and what we have, that actually can solidify us being consistent at the 3?
Yeah, because number one, we acquired 2 guys that are better shooters than Quentin Grimes.
Right.
better shooters from multiple parts of the court as well. Like Quentin Grimes, for the most part, was a corner 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
Alec Burks and Bogdanovich can shoot from above the break more than just the corners at a high clip. So it creates, like, it stretches defenses thin even more than just a corner guy. So when we're talking about like the zombie double team that you're talking about, where it's like guys zoning up on one side,
Yeah.
bringing weak side help or fake help just to make sure to be like a marginal deterrent for Randall. If you do that, sorry, you're probably gonna give up a ton of threes. So wide open.
You're gonna get burned.
And the way we lost to the Bucks with the high 3-pointers, and the way we almost lost to Memphis, that gets incorporated and corrected now to where we don't need a superstar like DeJounte Murray or somebody big, because we just corrected that error with our threes.
Yeah, I was gonna also mention the other aspect, like contractually, that was mentioned earlier by me. It was kind of fully fleshed out by Fred Katz, and I'll quote him. Tweet from Fred Katz. Acquiring Bogdanovich accomplishes exactly what the Knicks wanted to do contractually. He's partially guaranteed for $19 million next year, but expect the Knicks to pick that up. They were seeking a 2024-2025 salary in that range to flip in a bigger trade this summer or next season.
Right.
Next season, as in the deadline next season.
So basically, they're getting an Evan Fournier contract, but a guy that's going to contribute in a rotation as well.
Yeah.
It did basically what they're getting, what the Knicks got, and it was a smart move on their part, right? Because if Tibbs believed that Fournier could contribute offensively, like he feels like Bogey contribute offensively, Evan Fournier would have been playing despite his terrible defense. Right. And but I don't agree with Tibbs, but I don't see Evan Fournier in practice every day either. You know, something had to go sideways in order for Tom Thibodeau to fall out of love with Fournier. Right. Something happened. Right. And instead of repairing it, they just changed it. Right. Yeah, it's like y'all know how you get a nail in your tire, and instead of fixing the tire, you just buy a new one. That's all he really did.
Bogdanovich is better defender than Evan.
Yeah, not by a whole lot, but he is, and he has more size. He has more size.
It's
like
he's
6'7",
a tad more physical, smidge more physical than Evan Fournier. A smidge. When I say a smidge, man, I mean like eyelash.
And to this point, Freezy, he's been on teams that had a bona fide rim protector, and he knew how to play his role in terms of being the help defender, guiding guys into the rim protector, which is what was our scheme when we had Mitchell Robinson and at times with Hartenstein. So he's not going to be as much of a negative defender that Fournier was. So I can't be mad at the move. I can't be mad at it at all.
Right. You guys, do you expect another deal by the Knicks?
Nah, I think they done, man. Yeah, I think they done. We need to go to Wakanda and get some vibranium, man, and shoot these players up and get them back on the court, get them healthy. But I think they done, man. They done.
Right.
I'm expecting probably like another, not a trade, but like a free a
buyout.
Buyout. Yeah. Be honest, probably.
Metz, you're muted. You were saying something, but you're muted.
Probably like a Kyle Lowry or something.
Yeah, an update on the Thunder Hornet trade. Hornets are also getting Vasily Mikic and some draft compensation. The deal that sent Hayward to Oklahoma City.
Okay. Appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Dre, I think there is another move on
trade or a buyout?
Trade, yeah, not buyout market, but a trade. Of course, the buyout market. Of course, if they leave the trade deadline without, I would expect them to sign before I get to the trade, I'm just gonna say if they get past the trade deadline without another trade to fill the roster, what I expect is for them to sign 2 10-day contract guys, like maybe a TJ Warren and a Bismack Biyombo until they get to the trade market, and try those guys out, see if they fit. If they don't fit, then I could see them doing a major move, going all in the trade in the buyout market for Kyle Lowry. Now, with that said, the thing the trade I think they're looking for is a value point guard, right? That's what I think That's what I think they'll jump in on. Say for instance, a what's the midget guy in Minnesota, the short guy in Minnesota play point
Conley?
McLaughlin.
Jordan McLaughlin.
Jordan McLaughlin.
Yeah, I could see
they
them.
went and got a backup point guard over there. They got Monty Morris.
Yeah. And so what I could see is the Knicks maybe doing a what's the guy in DC, the 6'5" combo guard that plays point a lot? Did he say? Oh no, you know what? He signed overseas, right? DeLon Wright.
Oh no, he's still in the league.
Yeah, he's still over there.
He's still on that team.
Oh, okay.
He played last night.
Okay, yeah. So I could see them doing a DeLon Wright type deal. The backup, one of the guards in Orlando. What's the guy they have? Not Cole Anthony. The not
Gary Harris.
Not Gary Harris will make too much money, and then he's their vet too. So I don't think they're going to trade their vet. But well, that type of guy, y'all see what I'm talking about? Like a point guard that's maybe third on the depth chart. You can bring him here to be third on the depth chart, but get significant minutes, like maybe 8 to 9 minutes. Whereas
in
he
case
may
of
have been
emergency.
situational in another place.
It's only one name.
Dennis Smith Jr.
No.
Okay.
And you need to, and you got to do this for Clyde Frazier. Ish. Yeah. Do it for Clyde, man.
Yeah.
I feel bad for it. Ish is the only veteran on that Hornets team right now. The only one.
And now that y'all mentioned it, I was saving this. I was gonna try to save this for the 2:00 hour, so Mets and I can chop it up. But since we brought it up, what do y'all say about the Charlotte Hornets culture being a disaster? Do you think they are going to make major moves at the trade deadline to shake up the roster and basically gut the roster of the existing vets to establish a new culture?
Well, do you consider Miles Bridges an existing vet?
Miles Bridges already came out and said he's going to veto any trade.
Facts.
Yeah, that's what I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know he's not getting traded because I know they're going to re-sign him. Like they're going to pay him.
That's good though.
He vetoed any trade because he knows they have his bird rights. So any team that matches or sends him a nice little chunk of change, they're probably going to match it. 30+ million probably.
Yeah, I think he vetoed the trade because he's a sociopath. Right. That's just no disrespect, but
when he gets traded, I believe the team that gets him doesn't get his bird rights because he signed a qualifying offer. So when you do that, it kind of limits your earning potential, and he knows they need him more than he needs them, and they are kind of like forced.
Does Charlotte really need him though?
Yeah.
Don't they have a young small forward that's hooping right now?
Yeah, but you got to hit the cap floor with somebody.
Right.
Remember, they just got rid of Gordon Hayward. Brandon Miller's not going to make money for the next 3 years.
3 years.
Right, but
they have to hit the cap floor.
They only
expected that they signed.
Right, they only have to hit the cap floor, to a certain date, and then after that date, they're okay, and they can take the remaining salary and split it up. Y'all know, remember the thing that with the Knicks the other year? That's the reason why we signed the Euro point guard. Remember,
Right. Jokabaitis.
Not
But
Jokabaitis.
that was
the
years
other
ago.
one.
They changed the rule for that, Freezy. You
Oh,
kind of have
okay.
to do it before the season, not mid-season.
Oh,
You have
okay.
to come into the season hitting cap floor.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Not by a deadline in like December or anything like that. Like
Yeah,
you got to
you're
come
right.
into the season with that money.
Yeah,
So
you're right. You're right.
so
I'm
they're tied
wrong
up
on
when they got rid of all of that Hayward money,
Yeah.
and LaMelo's gonna get paid, but like other than him, there's nobody on that team making no real millions. Like PJ Washington's making like 13, 14, and that's about it. Like they kind of have to pay someone. Like and not to say like if they pay him, they're not gonna move him. They're probably gonna pay him and flip him maybe a year or two down the line, but they're gonna pay Miles Bridges. However, inept that we might view that, it's just one of those things that they're gonna do. At least from the outside looking in, and all the smoke saying that they're probably gonna resign.
Yeah, him and
What you saying,
LaMelo got
King?
to stick together.
In terms of the culture for Charlotte, though, I think the way that the Bridges thing went down is really what kind of destroyed it.
Yep.
And the fact that, and it's just my opinion, that it wasn't handled as seriously as it would have been in other places. Like, if you look at what Josh Primo did in San Antonio, was much less. And
They
they
got him
pretty
up
much
out of there. They
got
got
him up
him up
off the
out of there.
roster. So, that's why when you see young kids laughing on the bench, having a good time, and they getting washed by 40, the culture is bad because look, this dude that went out here and did one of the most heinous things that you can do. And he's still hooping. He came right out of his situation, came right back, getting paid, still hooping. So, I wouldn't expect those kids to take it serious. So that the way they handled that, like it destroyed the culture, man.
And there's another thing, like Gordon Hayward was out of sight, out of mind. So you would see him on the bench. He'd be at the end of the bench. Even if they playing well, he's not engaging or
Checked out.
interacting with none of them. He's out of there. Like he was like, yo, I'm going. Just send me
Yeah,
somewhere.
he was checked out, and you expect that though. When you're in a bad situation, you don't necessarily expect a good because Gordon Hayward's a good guy, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He's a good guy, professional. You know what I'm saying? Does everything that he's asked. And if you remember, every organization that he's been with, they asked him to do multiple different weird roles, right? And you're like, you remember Gordon Hayward came in as a small forward in Utah, and he played a lot of shooting guard for them, ball handling him and a dude named Rodney Hood. I don't know if y'all remember Rodney Hood or not, but they
Yep.
asked them to do when they were struggling at the point guard position. And then he goes to Boston, and then he have Tatum and Brown and guys, and you're trying to wonder. And they ask him to. So there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things, going on. You know what I'm saying with Hayward, man. All he does is what you ask him to do and be professional. My only thing with him is he had a lot of injuries over the years, and it makes me think anybody that acquires him is gonna be like the car with 300,000 miles on it. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get them, you're like, yeah, but it's a Honda though. And then when you get it, you got to get the transmission fixed. So you know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things we're going, hey, with the Charlotte thing, Dre, the reason why I asked the Charlotte thing, do you think they may be on the verge of pulling off a major trade?
I mean, to be absolutely honest, they're kind of set up with a ton of cap space going into the next year. So I mean, would it shock me if they try to like get Zach LaVine or something, Freezy? No, it wouldn't shock me if they try to do something like that to pull off like um, a high salary type deal.
Not to cut anybody off.
But there's only but so many type of players out there that would kind of fit that mold in terms of a ton of money that they can take on, because they're gonna have to fill in that roster with some cash at some point.
Who?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ruby.
No, I just said who though. I just.
I mean, I just gave you an example like Zach LaVine.
Oh,
he's already out with injury, so
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. But
So-
I was
that
actually
was
gonna
an
say about
example of a
Charlotte.
type of player in my head.
But for Charlotte, I was gonna say no. There's no need to do any of that. You still got Brandon Miller, who's showing some signs of actually playing well, and they're getting some type of excitement. So So for right now, for me, if I'm Charlotte, their front office only needs to just keep it entertaining. There's no rush to win a championship now. There's no big name guys there. Just be relevant till the end of the season and then see what you can get, because you go out and try to make a trade now, what place are you going to be playing for? A play-in tournament, and you probably burn out Brandon Miller because he got hurt earlier against us. Remember, he got injured against the Knicks, landing wrong on someone's ankle. So for me, Charlotte's in a perfect position. They just sit back, see what's available, and try to make the right moves and just be irrelevant enough to disrupt teams trying to make a playoff run.
LaMelo out of there soon.
Nah, keep LaMelo and Brad Miller. Try to see what you could get with the draft later on. Because Melo still got a good 3-4 years left in him. And Brad Miller just got there. So you want to at least use that time to see how those
Brandon Miller. Yeah.
Brandon Miller, my boy. Can't believe I said Brad. Brandon Miller, thank you.
I could
So he
see
just got there.
I could see them trading for Lonzo Ball's contract.
I was thinking the same thing.
But if they do that, then that means they're doing a whole new rebuild, which means he's not going to be the only thing they're going after.
Hey man, they're rebuilding right now. That's why they had the number 2 pick.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Yeah, I could see them. I can see them entice a Chicago with a James Bouknight type player, a highly regarded player coming out that may not have lived up to the hype, but may just need a change of scenery.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like a Josh Christopher type, a BJ Boston, a James Bouknight type that just needs a change of scenery where they can go and just breathe a little bit and to get their careers on track.
Yeah. Like I said, for me, Charlotte, there's no rush. They have all they can do is just be playoff haters by trying to knock people down with some wins. So I don't see them making a move.
That's all I can see for the Hornets now. All they can do is play spoiler. But even then, they're not very good at it.
So that leaves the question, right? The big fish are out there. Malcolm Brogdon is out there. DeJounte Murray is out there, right? Alex Caruso, Andre Drummond, get names that you heard: Dorian Finney-Smith, Grant Williams, PJ Washington. These names are out there. Kyle Kuzma is still out there being dangled. Tyus Jones for a first-round pick. The name is still out there. Do you think the Knicks will get involved in one or two of those trades in order to be the solid investor, to see if they can pick up a first-round pick, to pick up a bad salary in order to help another team acquire DeJounte Murray?
Well, I don't know if they'd take. Well, you'd have to give up players to take on a bad salary. And when we moved Fournier, I kind of took up the spot for the bad player, the bad salary.
And Grimes.
So
yeah, mathematically they done. Like I can't think of anything mathematically they can do at this point to get.
I don't think y'all using y'all imagination, bro. There's a
But
player.
who are we gonna trade? Like Sims?
I was gonna say,
yeah. I'm gonna tell you who the player is right now. If y'all let me, Mitchell Robinson.
No.
Okay, Tracy, I have two questions. One was before that with the Mitchell Robinson, because it was about Brogdon. But since you're on Mitchell Robinson, Cavs have been winning with Mitchell Robinson since they got rid of Garland, and Garland has been stepping up. You really think that they're gonna trade?
Mitchell Robinson is on the Knicks.
You said Mitchell Robinson?
Wait, not Mitchell Robinson. Donovan Mitchell. My fault. I thought you said Donovan Mitchell. My fault.
No.
My fault. I thought you said Donovan Mitchell. My fault.
Hold on, Freezy. Hold on, Freezy. I think Mitch Robinson is going to be part of like the crown jewel when we do make the big over the summer trade, because he's such a his contract is so valuable in terms of it descending and him being a productive actual player that's not old. Like he's going to be in, like if we make a big consolidation trade for a star, Mitch Robinson is going to be in it. He's not going to be a facilitator for a 3-teamer to help another team. He's going to be part of the deal that lands as an All NBA type player.
That's why I think you're wrong. I saw that coming. I saw that take coming from a mile away. That's why I think you may be wrong. And not saying that that's not an excellent take. What I'm saying is I think the move in the summer can't be the headline of that trade can't be Bogdanovich, Alec Burks, and Mitchell Robinson. That trade, no, but that's not sexy enough to get anybody to move, right? Because basically all that sounds like is you offer me 3 veteran dudes that are second round picks, and I know Burks is a first round pick. I know he's a lottery pick, but it's basically that move. Is that the move for Joel Embiid? You gonna offer Bogdanovich, Mitchell Robinson, and Alec Burks? Nah,
It's not Freezy. But when you talk about the fact when we going into the draft, it could be a draft day type trade where you could draft a guy and trade that guy. Like thinking about like the Rudy Gobert trade where they drafted a guy and traded him at the same time to the Jazz. Like you can do that and also tack on like a ton of picks on top of it. Like
yeah,
there's a reason why we held on to first in all of our deals.
again,
The first are more
again, I think
important
you
than
can.
anything.
I understand what you're saying, but just hear me out. Hear my point before y'all hear my point out before you counter. Right. My thing with a Mitch type scenario is you can go and get an attractive asset at the trade deadline, like just for SECs, Josh Giddey or a Trey Murphy, somebody you could trade Mitch straight up for a player like that and then include them in a trade in the offseason where now you can headline a trade with what every organization is looking for: a talented young player, a veteran, and draft picks. But if you don't do it and you keep Mitch, Mitch is not a talented young player. Mitch is a talented veteran. Bogdanovich is a veteran. Burks is old man River. And even if you include even if you include 4 draft picks in the summer, you're still not getting what most NBA teams are looking for in a major trade package in today's NBA. And that is a talented young player, draft picks, and salary cap filler.
Can I make one quick point? I know you. How many of you remember cross colors? You remember the cross color apparel?
Yeah,
I do.
Okay, you remember how when it first dropped, man, it was the hottest thing on screen. Everybody had to have it.
Yeah.
That's how the Knicks draft picks are. Like they're not valuable anymore. Like 5 years ago, the Knicks draft picks were the hottest thing on the block. But the team is in a place now where the picks are going to be 25, probably to 30.
Yeah.
So in order for us to facilitate anything in the future, it's going to be based on roster talent. I mean, and that's just being honest. Because I mean, if you selling a bunch of late picks and you talking about getting a superstar, like first, I think the Mitchell thing is dead. I mean, he got what he wanted in Cleveland. Darius Garland has conceded and said, "You're gonna be the man. You're gonna have the ball." So Donovan is in heaven right now. So I think that's dead. But when you're looking at other players, like especially like an Embiid or somebody like that, your roster talent and the money is what's gonna have to line up. I don't think we got enough picks in the world because we're gonna be picking so late.
Wood, here's the thing. If you're Cleveland, why would you accept a trade with Bogdanovich and Mitchell Robinson in it?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't, because you already have Evan Mobley and the
Jared Allen.
and Jared Allen. Yeah.
I wouldn't.
But think about this. If you're Cleveland, would you accept a trade with Trey Murphy and Bogdanovich in it?
I would accept that.
You'd engage, right?
I surely would accept one with DeJounte Murray in it, but that's another story.
You're right.
But I mean, like, I'm just like the roster talent has to make sense because they're not going to dump a player, really for picks. So Leon Rose got to get creative. And to be completely honest with you, it's a high probability that when they do make that trade, that Randall is going to be in it. It's a high probability that he's going to be in it.
Why would you put that out there?
Just
Because
being honest.
you got to give the
You
get.
could be honest
I'm just,
later
I'm
on
just
down the
being
road,
honest.
brother. He could have been later down the road when we see his evaluation.
I'm
Because right now, if he comes back healthy after a month or two of missing, and we're good, that's gonna be
yeah,
a bad doubt in my head.
yeah. But it's
You gotta give the get though. You can't
I
just
know,
get
I know.
a mega star for nothing.
yeah, yeah. So
But like I don't think Mitchell's a good enough piece for a trade piece at all. I honestly think that there's got to be something else. Like this has to be something else. But I just want to ask about Brogdon. Why does everyone think on this panel that Brogdon's a good addition to us? And I ask that question because if Boston is willing to get rid of a Marcus Smart, defensive player of the year, get rid of the sixth man of the year, and they just let them go for better pieces, how can they contribute to us if they can't contribute to Boston? And Boston's been winning for the last 6 years.
Well, I'll ask you this question then. Why did the Bucks give up a point guard that won a championship for them?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean Drew Holiday is trash.
Right.
Like just let's paint a perspective and be kind of fair. There's upgrades, there's levels of players, but that doesn't mean Marcus Smart or Brogdon were trash or not high end talent that can help you win a championship. Let's not do that.
Yeah,
Marcus Smart,
I agree with that.
Marcus Smart was just in a finals. Like
No, I agree with you on that. That we agree.
They just didn't fit. They just didn't fit in the new direction. And
But
nothing
that's what I'm
against
asking. Are they going to fit in our new direction? That's why I said, are they going to come and fit? Because these guys were defensive players of the year, six man of the year. Boston let them go. That's value. So if they come to us, if Boston sees that they're not fitting their timetable, what makes them think that they're going to fit ours?
every team has a particular mold that they try to target or a particular style of player that they want to target. That doesn't mean what's good for them isn't going to be good for us. Players that work, like, I'll put it this way. You could plug in any random journeyman type big within a Tibbs team, and Tibbs will figure out how to maximize what they can do and try to mitigate what that big cannot do. You can't do that for every coach. You can't do that for every system. You can't just throw in a big like Precious Achiuwa would probably struggle on themselves. I'm being absolutely real because they rely on spacing and they want bigs that provide spacing and provide consistent shooting and not just hustle. Even though they did just get Xavier Tillman, but he's going to be a backup big. Like every player isn't for every situation and every idea. Like in terms of roster construction and building, like you got to also take into account the players that they do have on their roster and that they're trying to accommodate and try to build around.
Right.
They don't need Marcus Smart for Jason Tatum and Brown because number one, Tatum and Brown also play defense at a high level. They flipped them out for a guy that shoots 40% from three instead of Marcus Smart.
Right. Hey, just real quick, two things. I think there may be too many questions and not enough time, right, to answer all the what ifs and all of that. And the second thing too is as Knicks fans, I think we get caught up in a rapture of what everybody else is saying. But if you just go by what you see, Dante DiVincenzo was a free agent. He came here fitting seamlessly. There was no chemistry issue. OG Anunoby came here, fit in seamlessly. There was no chemistry issue. Precious Achiuwa came here, fit in seamlessly. There was no chemistry issue. But when we project and speculate about who we want, one of the first things that we mention is a chemistry. When this team has never shown you that a player is going to come here and disrupt the apple cart, right? Right. If they disrupt the apple cart with some stuff, you see them on the sideline with their hoodie on, like Cam Reddish.
Yeah.
Right. You see him become situational, like Kemba Walker.
True.
Like Kemba Walker came here and tried to poison the well because he thought he still had it. Everybody knew he didn't. He had a game or two in which he looked like he did, like 2 games out of 30. Right, for a starting NBA point guard. That's not enough for you to come into a locker room and declare yourself a decision maker and leader.
And those games were like after 10 days of rest because his body couldn't hold up at all. The only times he went off is when he was out for 6 or 7 days.
Right.
Not to
And
cut.
notice.
Real quick.
Okay,
You
bro.
don't want sloppy seconds from Boston, bro. That franchise going all the way back to the 60s, they know exactly when to get rid of them.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm saying if they gave them up, are they going to be able to fit our? Yeah, that's what I was
I
trying to go.
didn't hear what was your point though.
I was saying that the Boston Celtics going all the way back to the 60s know exactly when to get rid of a player.
Okay.
Like it doesn't matter what era. Like you remember when Isaiah Thomas didn't get that contract?
Yeah.
He was done medically. Done.
Gordon
Like
Hayward.
Kemba Walker, when they didn't want him, done. Marcus Smart, when they got rid of him, where is he? In a jumpsuit on the side.
Hey, you know who else? Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce. They got rid of Pierce. And
Ray
KG,
Allen.
they were done.
Mm-hmm.
So
the only time I saw them take a misstep with holding on to players too long is the early 90s Boston Celtics that held on to Parrish, McHale, and Bird too long. That's the only time. But the only reason why they did that is out of respect, like what Golden State is doing right now with Draymond play. That's the only reason why you can understand why they held on to those guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, if Boston is getting rid of a player, and the Knicks learned that the hard way, like Boston wanted to give us picks to take Fournier, bro.
Yep, we traded 2 second-round picks to Boston for Fournier.
Yeah, I mean, like
about that.
If they get rid of a player, pay attention.
Yeah.
I'm only going to be blunt. It's only a matter of time before they get rid of Porzingis and try to ship him back to us.
And not to cut you off, Mets. It's a trade that happened.
So what's the particular?
What's the trade?
Dinwiddie for Schroeder.
Dinwiddie for Schroeder.
Wow.
That's Freezy's guys. Freezy wanted Schroeder.
So Brooklyn got rid of Spencer Dinwiddie and they got Dennis Schroeder in exchange.
That was my secret guy. That was my secret guy. Hey, shout out to Terrell. Hey, hold on. Shout out to Terrell from We Talk Mavs. Shout out to Terrell and King Kai and the whole host of others. The Glow Yard gang over there, man. They do great content. They part of our crossover brotherhood. Yeah, man. Salute Terrell, man. They got one of the dopest channels on YouTube, man. Make sure y'all go out and check them out. Yo, Dixon is in the chat. Dixon was good. Shout out from the Dixon Way from the We Talk Hawks TV family. Another guy, man, providing great content and analysis.
He's the calming influence over there.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Dre, we got to get the Dixon Way on the channel at some point and talk about some stuff post deadline.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, the only thing we need right now. So, Cowboy Bob, you ready to take over and moderate?
I mean, I got like a half an hour I could spare.
If you I tell you what,
I'm sorry. I just looked at my schedule and I was like, I got an appointment.
I'm gonna bring in somebody. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yo, Coach is in the building.
Salute,
Coach.
Salute, Coach.
Hey, Coach, that's a good dream for next year. DeJounte Murray next year. That's a good idea. I like.
That's it's over for that.
I'm talking about next year. That'd be good.
I still have a dream.
I'm trying to keep your faith alive, Coach.
That one day. Yeah, man. So, Coach, I have a dream that the Knicks are gonna acquire a point guard at the trade deadline. So we have about Mets. How far are we? How close are we to the trade deadline? How much time do we have left?
A little more than 2 hours.
Okay, so according to Mets, we have a little more than 2 hours to get another deal done at the
2 hours
trade
and
deadline.
8 minutes.
Yeah.
Coach, do you think the Knicks are going to do something at the trade deadline in this 2 hours?
Well, I mean, I've always said we need 3 guys. I mean, we got 2 so far, and one of the guys I felt we needed was a stretch that can score.
Yeah,
but one of the guys that I think we also needed was that backup point situation, and I hope Burks, unless Burks thinks, unless Tibbs thinks Burks and McBride are going to be the point guards or something. I don't know, but I'm hope unless they might be doing something in the buyout. I don't know.
The
Maybe
buyout market is tricky for
I
everybody.
know.
So the buyout market is kind of like a in season after the trade deadline free agency, where you can't just say I'm going to go get Kyle Lowry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Playoff teams in the same situation as us are also going to be looking to entice Kyle Lowry.
Yeah, I mean, there must be something brewing. 'Cause I know don't we have 2 trade exceptions right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
So
2
one or
trade
something like
exceptions,
that.
and we have all our first still.
The OB trade exception from the summer, and I don't know if we got one today. I don't. Dre, did we
We
get a
had
trade exception?
one. No, I don't. We don't know.
I think we had one.
We don't know until the details fully come out
Yeah,
because it could
from
be
what I
like a
saw, we
broken up
had
type
2
trade.
when I was like looking up stuff the other
We had
day.
two. We had two, and they last for a year.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So it's the anniversary of the transaction date, basically.
yeah, and I don't. I was gonna say like I don't know.
I
I don't
was
know.
thinking
I
it
don't know
might be
the.
Lowry, but
I don't know the details of this
Yeah, I
trade
said that.
just yet because it could be
yeah,
like the way it came out. It could be two separate transactions that create a trade exception. So we don't know just yet. Just like the RJ and IQ trade that was broken up into two different transactions to create a TPE for both teams, and I believe we got like a $4 million one, and they got like a $6 million one. The
Okay.
Raptors, that is. So it might be one of those things where this trade or this transaction gets broken up into two different ones, and we create a trade exception that we could use in the summer or the next deadline. So we
yeah.
don't know. We don't
I
know.
mean,
We don't know just yet.
if you think about it, I mean, we acquired 40 points, almost 40 points a game worth of scoring for nothing, really. I mean, Grimes. Some of y'all that wanted to keep Grimes around.
You call Grimes nothing, bro.
I mean, as far as his worth to us, okay, it was nothing. Like it's not like he was providing us wins. Like his presence wasn't why we were winning. You know what I'm saying? We were winning without him, too. You know.
Yeah.
So what we received a need we had was a scoring punch off the bench. Now Bogdanovich, I don't know. He might slip in the start lineup a couple times so Randall comes back. You never know. But in the end, both them guys can score, and that's been our weakness when Brunson goes off the floor and Dante takes a break. You know that's just to me it makes us better. You know, Burks defensively is serviceable. You know, Bojan, that's another story. But the thing is, we have some defensive specialist guys in that second unit that we can get away with. You know, we just didn't have that. Now Deuce can really concentrate on defense more than ever. You don't have to be counting on to score as much. I don't think we're done. I know it sounds crazy to say, but I think there's one more sneaky move left for us.
So I have multiple questions for everybody. Right. So I have multiple questions. Question number one is the easy one, and I think everybody can and will probably should have an opinion on it. Does the aforementioned executed trade make the Knicks a championship contender?
I mean, with everyone back healthy, I mean, just think about that bench scoring.
Facts. True, but it depends on the utilization of those players.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
we know Tibbs isn't going to use a good chunk of them.
I say no.
I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna give it an incomplete because the only guy that I'm 100% certain gonna show up in the playoffs is Brunson. Everybody else, I just don't know.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. As constructed right now, we're expecting these guys to come back, but who's to say they are going to come back? So as what we have now, we're limited as far as bench scoring and our offensive scoring.
Yeah. Well,
We,
the kind of trades we just did indicates that they expect these guys to come back.
but what I'm saying is that helps our bench now, but we're still missing out on their offense. From if you look at look at OG, look at Randall, and look at what Grimes is giving. That's about a good 45 points. So with the trade we just did, we solidified that, and we got rid of Grimes with the 45 points. You see what
Well,
I'm saying?
Grimes only 5 of that, so
I know, but what I'm saying is you see what I'm saying? We just solidified the people
right.
that we are replacing for injury, their points. So now when our starting team, we don't have that. We still don't have OG. We still don't have because you look at it, Randall and OG, they're both going to give you like about 16, 30, 40 points together. Those two guys. You got one giving you 15 points and one who's going to give you 25 points. So you look at it, that 40 points with this trade, we just added to our bench, which is good. But we still need it from our starting team. I mean, from our starting five. You see what
Uh,
I'm saying?
I'm not looking at it like that.
Well,
We just
but
need it. We
we're not
just need
playing
it.
the playoffs tomorrow. We're playing it later. Oh, I'm sorry, Dre.
Yeah, you good. I'm not looking at it like that. We actually need serviceable NBA quality bodies while we're trying to recover from all these injuries right now. It's part of the reason why I think we even targeted these guys. They're known commodities. You know where you're going to get out of
Facts.
them. So
Yeah.
it's not too hard for me to picture it. And also, if to answer Freezy's question, if are we contenders right now? I don't know if we're fully fledged contenders because of this move. I think we got a hell of a puncher's chance, but we also set ourselves up to make another move,
Mm-hmm.
whether over the summer to lock us
Drake keep talking
fully.
about the summer. Drake keep talking about that summer,
Hey,
man.
He
look, man,
want, he want, who he want, Dre?
It's 30
Dre,
games
who you
left.
want?
I'm keeping it a
30
buck. I'm
games,
keeping it a
bro.
buck.
Dre,
Michael
who
That
you
Jordan not
mad
with?
walking through
draft
that
picks.
door, bro. Michael Jordan not walking through that door, bro.
Hey, look,
Man,
man.
who you want,
Look,
Dre?
I'm the thing I'm tired of is Knicks fans still, and I know you're still star chasing. That's not how we built this team. We built the team with the right guys for the right system that are buying into the culture. Period. You can win like that. The Knicks are not built for an easy win, an easy oh, let's buy this one, let's get this one piece. Boom. No. Because all these
That's
guys
not what I'm
talking.
asking you. That's not what I was asking is this team right now? I'm not talking about shopping in the summertime, like for the guy. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, the reason why I asked you guys is because I'm in the opposite direction, and I was hoping that you guys could reel me in with some common sense. Not only do I think this team is a championship contender, I think we can win it.
I think they were a contender
And
already.
I mean,
and so what I want to use is legit on court basketball logic instead of names on paper, right? So and the
that's what I
reason
was
why I
about to
say that
do, but
is because now that you have Alec Burks, you have a combo guard wing player, right? That now you can play alongside a diminutive point guard, a 6'1" Deuce, a 6'1" Jalen Brunson, right? And
6'2".
instead of putting a 6'4" Dante DiVincenzo beside them with athleticism and raw ball handling and playmaking, now you could put him next to Alec Burks, who played point guard in high school and college, and his first 2 years in the league next to the other light skinned dude that they drafted, Dante Exum, right? And so the other thing too, one of the reasons why we struggled with say the Orlando and the Lakers and the Indiana Pacers, and I'm not saying we lost, I'm saying we struggled with them. And Memphis is that when Jalen Brunson is on ball, you can trap, but now you can't trap with Alec Burks and Bogdanovich on the floor because you don't want to give snipers a wide open target. right? And if that's the case going forward, just in basketball logic, if there's a scenario where you have Brunson, DiVincenzo, Burks, OG Ananobi, and Bogey on the floor in some type of combination, not all five at one time. I'm saying a mix of those guys. Instead of you being in the mindset, well, oh my God, I hope they don't rotate that ball to Josh Hart in the corner for three. Now you're saying, hurry up and get that ball in the corner to Bogdanovich for three, right? And so in basketball sense, I know teams have great defenses. What I'm saying is the Knicks have a great defense too. Since January 1st, they've had the best defense. Now, if you continue to get the best defense,
catch you later.
all right. Now, if you're talking about the best defense and adding around the margin stuff, 3-point shooting, I think the Knicks can knock off any team in the league. Now, if you add a veteran point guard, that makes me even more confident in that take. Right?
I was gonna, my fault, Freezy. I was gonna say I agree with you 100% because we got 5 guys that shoot 40% or better from 3 at this current juncture. I think it's just really dependent on Randall's health. That's about it. Like that, when I said we have a puncher's chance, I think in any series if you lock us in and we're healthy, we pose a lot of problems to teams. Like I don't think we're one of those teams that nobody actually wants to play.
Can I finish?
From a physicality standpoint and the fact that we can shoot the lights out at this junction. Go ahead, Coach.
So what I was getting at earlier is this. We had 2 dudes on a show yesterday during Knicks Freestyle.
On what show yesterday?
During Knicks Freestyle.
Oh, that's their show.
No, I know. They were saying, wait, we're good enough to win now. You know, go far in the playoffs with the team the way it was. So, which I believe it too. The way we're playing with the roster we had right now, even without everyone all healthy at once, including Mitch, we are really one of the top 5 teams in the league right now. The way we're playing. Okay. Now, talent-wise, roster-wise, I knew we needed more, though, to win it all. All because you're a top 5 team doesn't automatically put you in the driver's seat to win it. I'm not delusional. I know we needed more. That's why I was pushing for Murray. And
I thought you were Italian. You're not delusional. I thought you were Italian. I thought I saw you say something like Big Pazano.
That's my mother's maiden name, Delusion. Delusiano. No, I'm just kidding. No, but my mindset on this is we added a scoring punch that because what's been our only weakness during this magical run we've had? We've had lulls.
We can't stay healthy.
Yeah, well, yeah, staying healthy. But we have 2 vets that are solid. They're 2 bodies that are serviceable, and they're a threat. People have to account for those 2 guys when they're on the floor, period. Right. I know they're not.
What?
Yeah, you going to leave Bojan open?
No.
You got to account for him.
That's not a wise decision.
You ain't going to leave Burks open. You can't leave neither of these guys open. Before, when Brunson left the court, or Randall, or any of our starters that score, you can have the whole team just go ahead, Josh, shoot.
Before the trade, we were crossing our fingers hoping RJ was in a hot streak or not.
Yeah, I mean, so, you just simple math, like the scoring punch we just added to our team. Now they're not going to have as many looks as they had in Detroit. You know, maybe right now they will until our guys get back. But we're winning without these guys yet. Now we're going to get these 2. I mean, I don't know how people can shake their heads and not agree that we're a better team than we were yesterday.
Okay.
Cowboy Bob, you don't think we're a better team than we were yesterday?
I'm going to let Unc finish his statement, then I'll go.
All right, well.
No, I don't want to cut him off because y'all were going at it, and I want to hear what he has to say.
The Knicks have never had this many available shooters that we have right now.
That's not the problem, but I'll explain it later.
In today's NBA, that is the problem.
What?
We can't when a team like the Washington Wizards, or not the Washington Wizards. I mean, when we played Memphis, okay, any team in the NBA can get hot like that. We couldn't keep up with that with the roster the way it is now. Now we can. We got guys that can, because that's what the league is turned
And be
into.
better than them. When they get hot, we get hotter than them.
We've been hotter from three than the Knicks have been ever. I mean, when have the Knicks been this hot from three as a team?
Well, what were you saying? Did you have a counter for what Coach?
Yeah, I actually did, but I wanted you to get your take off. My counter was you guys still didn't answer the question.
Cowboy Bob say, "Yeah, I wanted you to tell your thing," but my counter.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm not done. I mean, we're not done. The Knicks aren't done. I'm just saying.
No, I
Go
honestly don't agree with that. We are what we are. I explained it earlier. We literally shifted the responsibility from the first team to the second team. When you brought up Memphis, I'm glad you said that. They shot 6 straight threes and was on a run. That's exactly what we need to defend against. What also was contributed to that? We missed our second chance rebounds. We still out rebounding them in the second chance opportunity, but we missed our shots. What we are good at is second chance opportunities. What we are good at is our defense creating enough of a slow enough pace to stop people. I don't think we're good because we solidified scoring and all of that. My issue before any of this trade was the rebounding and second opportunities. And I even said it to Drake. You could even ask him, 42% from three as a team makes us a better team. And Dre said it's not sustainable at the time. Now we got the players and we just agreed we can't sustain the three. My problem is the second chance opportunities and rebounding. So what? We can sit there and say you had all these good scorers, but if you're not getting a second chance rebounding to win, it's not going to work.
You don't need a second chance rebound if they make the shot.
If you make the shot the first time,
that's the problem. We missed too damn much.
You said okay, so 42%, 10 shots, you're still missing 6.
Okay,
brother, 40% from three is better.
That's what Josh Hart's for.
40% from three is better than 50% from two. That's
no. But what I'm getting at is this though. There is no human being on earth that's faster than a basketball being passed from one guy to the next. Okay? There's no NBA team that has 5 perfect guys that defend the perimeter. You can't stop an NBA level team from shooting threes when they want to shoot threes and just making them. There's no like everyone talks about. Oh, the defense. You can't. You know, how long have we tried to defend just the perimeter and people still bang threes?
BT, I'm gonna break it down for you.
Go ahead.
Before we had to be reliant on second chance points to have even a chance against talented teams, even if they were shooting the lights out. Us relying on these rebounds is going to be an addition, a plus, not a thing that we need. We don't have to win the possession battle by wide margins every single game to beat teams if you're shooting at a high enough level, at a high enough clip. And to that point, like, what makes you think we're going to lose rebounding just because we acquired these guys? Like, I don't understand.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when we're missing our shots, just like how we had those missed opportunities with Memphis, and they went on an 18-1 run. What happens when our shooters are cold? We need someone to get down there and rebound. Now y'all are saying we have Josh Hart. No, we need someone else that can do more than that. This is why hold on. We replaced with the offense OG, like we were saying earlier. We replaced the offense with these new guys, but that's the backup team. The starting team, you still gonna need something from Precious. You're still gonna need something from Hart because these are the guys that are.
Well, there's your rebounding.
But
Precious and Hart
for the first team.
Hold on.
Do you see what I'm saying? The balance is inconsistent. The balance is we added offense, which is good. But the rebounding and second opportunity is what's the consistency that made us great. Now that we have the scoring, go ahead.
But how much rebounding have we lost?
This is what I'm saying.
In this trade, how many rebounds did Grimes average?
About 4 or 5.
Okay. No, he did not.
He did? Hold on.
You better look at that again.
I'm gonna look. Go ahead.
But you're talking about guards, like.
But you're talking about
guards. I'm talking about.
Bojan is 6'7", Burks is 6'5", and they both rebound average. I mean,
Yeah.
Bojan is a 3.5 rebound guy,
Okay.
and Burks is like 3. He gets like 3 rebounds. You
Okay.
know,
And the reason why I bring up the rebounds is because OG's out, Randall's out. With this team, if we get on a cold spree, at least if we get the second chance opportunities with the rebounds, like if you even looked at last game when Josh Hart came down to the basket, he knew he was going to get contested. He threw it off the backboard for Precious. That's what I'm talking about as far as second chance opportunities and offense. If our
but this
shooters aren't
move wasn't
hitting,
made
the
for
rebounds.
that reason. It was made assume they know these guys are coming back.
Like
That's why this move
I
was
don't
made.
understand. I don't like. This is the thing. Like I don't get. Rebounding is not going anywhere. Josh Hart got double digit rebounds the last 5 or 6 games. Like Precious Achua rebounds his ass off. Randall, when he comes back, is a rebounder. When Mitch comes back, he is a rebound. I don't understand. I don't understand
Because there's
why
no
you harping
guarantee
in.
that these guys are going to come back. OG's been dealing with inflammation 2 to 3 weeks with Randall. Right now, wait, hold on, Dre. You said you don't
we're not a
understand. Let me
title. Well,
explain it.
then we're not a title contender if we don't have them back.
But this is
We
why
don't
I'm
operate
explaining
on that.
exact.
We
But
don't
see,
operate
Dre,
on that
this is.
level though.
But Dre, this is what I'm explaining to you why we're not a contender. We don't have the guarantee of OG when he's coming back or Randall, because Randall's still getting evaluated 2 to 3 weeks later. All we've done is strengthen our bench, which is a good thing because that's what I've been saying. Like I've been telling you, with the 42% from three, we averaging 45 rebounds a game. We went over this earlier in the season. We are still going to be content. I'm okay with following that trend because it's guaranteed us wins. That's what I'm talking about. So as far as the offense, yeah, we added offense, but to me, the rebounding, the second chance opportunities, the free throws, even the free throws stepped up.
But we have the same guys that been. You said we've been rebounding even without Randall and OG playing. These last few games, we're still out rebounding everybody, right? We didn't lose any of the guys that rebound. That's the point I'm getting
These
at.
guys are not going to take minutes from Josh Hart
I know that.
or Precious.
I'm not saying that. What I'm expecting is I'm going off of right now as the team is currently constructed. I can't sit here and say OG's gonna play tonight. Can you? Can you sit here and honestly tell me when OG's coming back or
If
when
there was
Randall's
a
coming back?
playoff game tonight, OG's playing.
But then that's okay. We still have 31 games. Tell me what's the evaluation between Randall or even if Brunson's gonna be out tonight. Like
But
this is what I'm talking about with injuries.
you don't make this move thinking about guys being out. You make this move thinking they're going to come back and they're
No,
going to
I
help
make
the
this
guys that
move.
come
I
back.
make this move to hold down the fort to when my guys come back,
It
now
does
we can make
both.
a full run. That's
It
That's
all
does
what
because
they
I'm
both.
waiting
did.
for
What do you think? They got
reinforcements.
these two guys for the future?
No, I agree. Like I said, I agree with it.
They got
But we're
this
still not a
time.
championship contender
Yeah,
because two of our great stars that we need in OG and defense and in Randall aren't there, and we can't replace that. That's why I'm saying
I
we're
know
not.
we can't. There was no replacing the thing that we've had a problem with them two out is scoring. Like in in
And when they
in
go to the
in
bench, we
five to
kind
ten
of
minute
struggle scoring too. So
yeah in 5 minute there's been 5 minute
Mhm.
lapses in scoring that have hurt us.
And a
That
lot of
that doesn't
times.
happen anymore now.
But if you also look at those missing, like I said, we missed our second chance opportunities. If you look, a lot of times when we are in our slumps, we're missing more than one or two chance opportunities,
Yeah,
and we're
because we're
also missing
missing
at the free throw.
shots.
But then even still, when we slow down and go to the free throw range, when they're in their runs, we only end up making one out of the next four. Because look at the Orlando series. When DiVincenzo went to the foul line, he got fouled. He missed one. Then Randall missed one. Then we ended up making one out of four, and then it ended up being where Orlando came back and win. This is what I'm talking
I'm gonna
about
keep it
with.
real with you, Cowboy. I don't know what you're complaining about.
I'm complaining about look, Dre. The
I'm missing
impact
the
that
plot
OG
right now.
no, I'm gonna say it right now. The impact that OG and that Randall brings cannot be replaced unless they are here right now.
We
That
know
No,
that
no one's
already.
but
arguing
that
that
is why
point.
we're not a championship team. You guys are expecting these guys to come back and be 100%. They might not be. They may be on a limit restriction. Their contributions may not be what it was before. That's
But
what I'm
No one
saying.
but
is saying we're a championship team without them. We're all
we're assuming they're
assuming
coming back. If you
they're all
take
going to be back.
That's
Yes,
a dangerous
we're a
risk.
championship level team. What is
hold
that
on,
a dangerous question?
Cowboy Bob. If you take the second and third best player from any contending team, they're
Yeah,
not contenders anymore. Okay,
you're right.
we know that, but we're making this assertion and they're making these moves to say they're going to be helpful to the guys when they do come back.
No, no, no.
I know they're going to come back, so
And
I
I'm
don't
not even
understand
counting
this.
on
No, no, no.
Mitch. Without
It's
Mitch, we can win.
it's not that. It's if they come back because whether they come back or not, are they going to be what they were producing before? This is why I say we
Of
need to
course.
hold it down. Hold it down. This trade was good because it held down who we needed to keep us going. But what we still do need is someone else with rebounding and a floor facilitator. Because the rebounding is when our shooters aren't shooting and we're missing, we can still get to the free throw line like we've been doing. We can still go ahead and get those second chance opportunities. I'm only complaining because OG and Randall, we don't know their timeline. So for right now, in my head,
But the
I am
Knicks know.
expecting them back, but 31 games left. Are we really going to say Randall's going to come back after 20 games and say he's going to be efficient? No.
The
We just need
Knicks
time to
know
play.
their status. The Knicks medical staff, the Knicks front office, the Knicks coaches know both of their status and their availabilities. That's why they made the move they made, because they know when they're coming back.
The thing that got
Ballpark.
lost in translation for me is I don't know how you can talk about rebounding when that's basically the only thing we do right. Right
Nah,
now.
but Dre, the reason why I brought up rebounding is like I said with Memphis and with Orlando, we were lost those games because when we had our second chance opportunities, we were just missing. And everybody's like, "Oh, we're just missing, but we're still doing good in rebounding." I'm talking about key rebounding on second chance opportunities. Yes, we still rank.
Precious is still
It's,
here.
no,
Hardenstein is still here.
I know, we
Josh
still
Hart is
rank
still
top
here.
five. We're still ranked top five in rebounding. I'm saying where we need our shooters to shoot is that second chance opportunity. We need to finish
Cowboy
at the
Bob, hold
rim.
on, hold on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on, hold on,
Go
Cowboy.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Those like you're talking about the missing. Okay, when we do get the second chance opportunity, we're kicking it out to Brogdon, who shoots 40+% from three in the second unit. We're kicking it out
It's
to,
Bojan, not Brogdon.
I mean, my fault,
Yeah,
Bojan.
yeah,
We're
Bojan.
kicking it out to Bojan out the second chance opportunity. We're kicking it out to Alec Burks out the second chance opportunity. Like we're still going to be playing them alongside a bunch of rebounders. Like I don't understand. The only guy that might suffer in terms of minutes is McBride. That's about it. And is he one of our rebounders? No. So I don't understand this thing that you're harping on. Like
And also, we didn't talk about this.
so,
We added two more guys that can make free throws.
yeah,
Burks
Yeah.
is shooting 90% this year.
it's positional versatility. Like when we talk about bench, these guys can play with anybody in our starting lineup for the
And
most
that's
part.
the reason why we traded for them specifically.
I
Because
agree with that.
it creates lineup flexibility. You can play them both, or you can play one backing up the other. You could play them together side by side, or you could start Bogdanovich at the three and bring Burks off the bench. Either way, however you want to do it. But I've been listening to the whole thing, bro, and the Cowboy Bob legit sound like a puppy with a new
Rambling.
toy. He legit
Exactly.
won't let it go, bro. No team in the NBA who loses their All Star is gonna trade at the trade deadline and get the same
For another
production
one.
as
Yeah.
their All
Nah.
Star, unless that All Star was really never contributing you nothing in the first place. And we know that's not the case for Randall. And we know that's not the case for All Stars, bro. The second chance points thing, I think, is wild OD Cowboy Bob. Like
Okay.
the second chance points thing, it could either be, you could have either been talking about second chance points at the rim, right? Offensive rebounding. Because if you're talking about offensive rebounding, what are we talking about?
We're first in offensive rebounding. I know.
Right?
Okay.
Right. If we're talking about offensive rebounding and offensive rebounding being an issue, why are we talking about that being an issue for the Knicks?
Mm-hmm.
That hasn't been like we lost a rebounder and we replaced him with Precious
And the
Achua.
thing is,
Right.
one of the reasons why we didn't decide to replace Randall as far as while he's gone is
Mm-hmm.
because all of a sudden we got a guy named Precious Achua that's already filling a little bit of gap there for us. Now,
The gap in.
if Precious was just this throw-in guy and didn't produce like he is, then maybe this trade would have been different. But now I think they're believing in Achua's ability to back Randall up. and come in and give quality minutes off the bench when he comes back, because he is coming back. No NBA medical staff is going to let a guy who just had a dislocated shoulder, mind you, less than 2 weeks ago, sit on the bench with no sling on when bodies could be flying towards his way, basketballs can be flying his way, like
Players can be flying
players.
this way.
Yeah, that's what
Human
I'm saying.
beings.
Yeah.
Like, but I've seen teams put precautionary boots on a guy on his foot,
Grimes.
just just in case, So he's coming back. Okay, so let's not get that twisted. But with that being said, you you can't you can't. One of the hardest things to find in this league are efficient scores, and that's something that we've never had. And all of a sudden, we got it in bunches now.
Right. Hey, so real quick, Virtuoso, thank you for the generous contribution. Virtuoso says, play the crying button for Cowboy Bob. I don't want to play the crying baby button.
I want to officially.
Usually I only play 5 seconds of it, Coach. But since
It's
Cowboy
okay.
Bob was talking for 40 minutes about second chance points, you got to do that. It's an equity thing. Like you got
Cowboy
No,
Bobby.
it's good because I did deserve that because maybe what I was saying wasn't being expressed correctly. I'm just saying when we're cold, what are we gonna go to? That was my thing, and I thought Randall and OG not being there is the reason why we're not ready for a championship team. We need those guys. They are the guys that we don't even need to ask to do the work, and they're ready. That's all I was saying. Maybe I messed up. I kept saying reboundings. I was talking about second chance opportunities. But I do deserve the cry, baby, and thank you guys for schooling me. I'll take that on the chin. Next round, I'm gonna get y'all. Don't worry, next round, I'm gonna be back next round. We ain't going nowhere.
I'm thinking about what we're gonna call these dudes.
Too, by the way, it's all a part of the sense of humor thing, man. You know what I'm saying? When you rock this song and you be with people every day, bro, you got to have a sense of humor. You know what I'm saying?
Because then you can't deal with people. You can't deal with nobody if you ain't laughing with them. Like, y'all gotta have some fun moments.
I have a
Life is
name for
hard.
them already for the bench, the Killer Bees. Burks and Bogdanovich. We call them the Killer Bees coming off the bench.
I just want to make a point real quick. Even if healthy, as far as championship contender, I think we would have needed a DeJounte Murray for me to feel comfortable enough to say, yeah, we're championship contenders. We can win it. And the reason I'm saying that is if you look at the playoff resumes of Dante DiVincenzo, it's not good. OG, solid. Randall, not good. The only guy I know for a fact can go on the court with all four limbs sawed off and still give me what I'm expecting is Brunson. That's it. I don't have any resume to go on.
Dante started with the Kings before he got injured. He
I
was a
mean,
starter, and then he
You mean the
busted his knee, and
Bucks.
then he. I
You
mean,
mean
for the
the
Bucks,
Bucks.
my fault. I forgot about that. Thank you. For the Bucks, he was a starter, and then he busted his knee. So Dante has it. It's just he hasn't. He's been injured. So the same opportunity we can give Brunson or Randall or all those guys, we can give Dante because Dante in the last 5 games is averaging 26 points, 40 minutes, and is giving above 40 shooting at 3 and at the field,
it's
and he's
those
giving you
are
2
great
steals.
regular season numbers, but his playoff splits, bro, 38% from the field, 31% from three, 65 from the line. That's his resume. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just giving you his resume.
All right.
Okay, so let me
we
ask you this
haven't
question.
had Randall playing the playoffs with Brunson yet. Like healthy. So if this year he's healthy going into the playoffs and he does it, then yeah, I'm gonna call him out.
Wasn't Brunson's numbers last year better than his previous playoff years, even though he was given the opportunity for more minutes, right?
Jalen's a
Like when he
referee.
was
He's
when
one of 5 players that when the playoff starts, his numbers get better. Like
okay,
that's very.
but what I'm saying is when Brunson was on Dallas, we saw the playoff potential and his numbers increased given time when he got the playoff opportunity. Why won't we give that same opportunity to the guys that are on our team right now with Dante? Because last time he was hurt, and Randall, he was hurt last time too. He missed a game and a half with the Cavs, and he tried to come back and hobbled as well. So the last 2 series of Randall playoffs really been inconsistent. So I'm just asking, why can't we give
You can't
Dante the
count that
same fair shake?
2021 season though. That 2021 season, 7 dudes in that rotation either are
Mm-hmm.
no longer in the NBA or are right now situational.
So
Right,
last year,
right. The only dudes in that rotation, right? R.J. Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly, and both are no longer here. But if you're talking about Alfred Payton, Reggie Bullock, Nerlens Noel, Taj Gibson,
Oh
Norvel
my God.
Pell, yeah, come on, bro. You can't count the 2021 thing on Randall. That team without Randall was a lottery team.
I agree
Hold
with you.
on, hold on.
LeBron couldn't win with that team.
Hold on. Woodshed, I'm gonna say this. I understand the Dejounte Murray point, but Dejounte Murray hasn't been good enough to even be on a playoff team in like 5 years, so we don't even know if he can perform at that level.
Ooh, I think that's circumstance, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about
It absolutely is
That's
circumstance.
like That's like saying was Larry Bird better than Bernard King? It's
But in
circumstantial
the times
because
that he has,
Larry Bird went to a great playoff team when he was
yeah.
drafted. Bernard King went to the Utah Jazz.
I'm
But I
sorry,
mean,
guys.
but
I gotta
we're
run. I
making
apologize. Y'all have a
peace,
good day.
peace, BT.
All right, boss.
Peace. Cool runnings.
All right, boss.
But like we can't just make the assertion that Dejounte is a playoff performer just yet when he hasn't been in the playoffs to perform. So we don't know. We just have a guideline and number and another point. Brunson struggled his first time in the playoffs.
Right.
Like they actually had to bench him because he was just like a mismatch
Well, he
at
was
times.
still an NBA puppy from the first one.
Yeah,
But we got a resume though. Brunson has a resume that like we could have said Dallas was a fluke. New York proved that it wasn't.
No, yeah,
Right.
for sure.
And the other thing about DeJounte Murray, real quick, before y'all move on to your next point, first let me say, Justo11, thank you for the generous contribution. Justo11, we want you on the panel, bro. When you come up here, bro, we enjoy your company. And you throwing dollars at us from a distance. We appreciate the dollars, though. But we want you to come up here and rock with us, too. Thank you for supporting the channel, bro, for a very long time. Justo says, we got 2 all NBA guys, 2 defensive player of the year candidates, 101 picks. I owe Leon Rose some respect. What a time to be a Knicks fan. Rhetorical. We came a long way. Period. Time to deliver. Exclamation point. Yo, bro, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. And then what I want to say too, though, is the DeJounte Murray thing is as simple as you can't judge an NBA player with their production on another team, especially if you don't know the inner workings of that other team as intimately as you know the team that you want him to come to, right? And the reason why I say that is because San Antonio was tearing down a championship contender when they drafted DeJounte Murray 29 in the draft, right? There was no what's the Euro that used to come off the bench? The dude that looked like Andy Garcia?
The big?
No.
Splitter?
Euro step guy.
For
Ginobili?
what team?
Ginobili, yeah. So there was
Ginobili.
no Ginobili. Parker was past his prime. No Tim Duncan, all of that. You can barely remember any players that was on that team along with DeJounte Murray, right? And then he goes to Atlanta. No disrespect to all the Atlanta fans that are watching, but y'all know the Atlanta Hawks. Then when they acquired DeJounte Murray to fix a mess, and when he got there, it became more of a mess. Right? They were a playoff team before Murray. They got Murray and wound up being worse. Is that DeJounte Murray's fault? No, that's an organizational issue. You can't
Circumstance.
build a solid foundation during the earthquake, right? You have to have a sturdy organization. DeJounte Murray here does not have to be a savior. DeJounte Murray here, you fit him in between Brunson, OG, Randall, Burks, all our cast of characters, and now you ask him to do different stuff. Now you ask him to do the stuff that San Antonio asked him to do when he initially entered the league. Go out, be athletic, defend at a high level, grab rebounds, get out in transition, and play make when the opportunity is there. Score when the opportunity is there. And when it's not, share the basketball. That's what DeJounte Murray would do for us. Now, can Dante DiVincenzo do some of those things at a high level? Yes. Right? Can he consistently do it? No. I don't want to talk about the Dante DiVincenzo is averaging 27 points a game over such and such stretch. Those are all-star numbers, and we all know that Dante DiVincenzo is not an all-star caliber NBA player right now. Right? Can he continue to produce at a high level? Of course he can. Right? Do we have faith in him that he could? Of course we do. Do we love Dante DiVincenzo? Yes, we do. Right? But what I'm saying is there shouldn't be a conversation where we stop talking about DeJounte Murray because we have Dante DiVincenzo. Right? Dante DiVincenzo is older than DeJounte Murray, and DeJounte Murray may be more accomplished than DeJounte Murray. I mean, than Dante DiVincenzo. We love Dante. If you get a DeJounte Murray, of course you don't want to put Dante in the place keeping him.
Man.
But the thing about the conversation is not the DeJounte Murray over DiVincenzo. The conversation should be those two together. It's like me and Coach. Do I have to leave just because Coach show up? No, me and Coach can rock together. Coach, is there something wrong with two talents working together?
Nope. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yo, ATL Kool-Aid drinkers is in the building. What's good? Hey man. So ATL to Woodshed's point, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't even know what we have to offer. It would definitely right now. And Dre and I think Dre will co-sign this when I say it. And it's just because me and Dre think alike, a lot alike on certain issues. Right now, the Knicks are in that Lakers type of situation where they want a player and maybe feel like they need to upgrade, but now their player asset salary swap situation is limited, even though the Knicks have more picks than the Lakers. So a DeJounte Murray deal for the Knicks, these guys will have to be super creative in order to get a DeJounte Murray at this point.
Yeah, you'd have to try to trade Mitch or something, and I don't think that's on the table. I don't think that's on the table for this front office right now.
So. Right.
Let's go.
Yeah, he already updated the background real smooth.
Real smooth. He crafty, bro. Yeah, he crafty. Yeah, man.
But
yeah.
I mean, what this does position us for. I mean, let me ask all you gentlemen here.
Hey, Coach, can you moderate a little bit? I'm gonna snack a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask all you guys on the panel and chat. You can chime in yourself too. Do you think this move, okay? Because it's looking like right now, those guys let's think about the expiring contracts. Okay, that are coming up now. They're the guys that aren't being dealt right now, like the aforementioned Murray. He still has time. He still has money. I mean, he still has years left on his deal. Do you think the Knicks are positioned right now by keeping all those? Because we all know we can't draft, sign, and play all these first round picks we got. They're not going to get minutes on this team. So, do you think we did something like this to position ourselves for?
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think we're gonna actually draft someone this offseason.
Okay.
We may move it depends whatever the Mavs and Knicks pick. we're gonna draft somebody because you kind of are put in a position where you need to draft somebody. We don't have anybody on a rookie contract at this current juncture, unless you
Right.
consider like Jacob Toppin, and he's on like a 2-way. So you kind of have to draft someone.
Of
But
course.
all of our other picks, like if I depending on which one we decide to give up, I think one of those are gonna go at some point
Yeah.
in a
It's not,
trade in the summer.
at this point, the Dallas one's going to roll over, most
No,
likely.
no, no.
Right.
We're gonna get that Dallas one. We're gonna get that.
Yeah.
Dallas made 2 moves this year. This deadline to bolster their team. They got a legit backup center, and they got a legit stretch big
Oh,
that also plays a bit of defense. They got
I'm
P.J.
sorry.
Washington and Daniel Gafford. So we're gonna
I
get them.
misspoke. Not the Dallas one.
Wizards.
The Wizards one.
Hmm.
That's the one
I'm,
that's rolling over. I meant.
oh, okay, got you. But in terms of, but like the ones that are coming to us 100%, our pick and the Mavs pick, one of those two are gonna go. We're probably gonna draft a player,
Right.
and whatever future picks that might go out in a bigger deal, that's gonna happen. Like I think it's just gonna happen. But are you like thinking of targeting like Dejounte in the summer or something
I mean
to that
that.
effect?
I think. I mean, I just wanted to see what you guys think. I have my thoughts. I think that it's a
Sure.
wait. It's a wait and see how Mitch really comes. I think Mitch might be the tradable piece.
I, when you say wait and see, I think how we go into the playoffs, how we play in the playoffs, who's healthy, it'll dictate what our next move is,
Right.
depending on who steps up, at what position, at what time, for what we need. Because, to be absolutely honest, ain't nobody on this roster untouchable except for Brunson. Nobody. Everybody can go
Facts.
except for Brunson. At least that's what I think the front office views it like.
Well,
And
when you're talking that level player that we're thinking about, yeah.
so I'm not too like yeah, it's definitely a wait and see approach. And to be fair, this is probably the perfect time for Randall in terms of evaluating where he is or where he's headed. If he balls out this summer and we go far into the playoffs, that makes the decision for us in terms of who's going and who's staying, right? But like guys like Dante and Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson and guys that make a nice solid piece of money, if they're like underperforming or don't really fit the Brunson timeline anymore or don't
Right.
fit him as a player, hypothetically speaking, Dante is not going nowhere. He's too valued of a contract because he makes less than MLE. But thinking of it like that, anybody that's kind of like underperforming or doesn't really fit, they're probably up out of here. And the Bojan contract, we're probably picking up his option just so we can make it palatable in a trade for a big contract because he's gonna make close to $20 million. We're basically rolling over the Fournier deal to next year, except with a player that can actually play or at least play for Tibbs. So,
All right.
it,
What
yeah, go
about
ahead.
you other boys on the panel? What do you think? I don't see the names on the thing. Who's even in here?
At the bottom, you got
Oh, here we go. The
Woodshed.
Woodshed.
Yeah, but I was
I'm
gonna say,
sorry. What was
yeah,
your
phrase the
question?
question again. Phrase the question.
So basically, do you think right now, because of all the picks we kept and the team constructed how it is now, assuming everyone's healthy, are we still in a position to do something in the off season?
I think so because to put it plainly, they got a decision to make at the center spot. They got a decision to make. I don't see any world where because I can tell you with certainty with them not getting a five at the deadline, I expect Oklahoma City to throw some money at Hardenstein. It's going to be a significant amount. So I don't see a world where they pay him starter money and pay mid starter money. So that with the Bogdan contract, it lines up with a big money player. So I think they still position themselves to do that, and I expect them to do something in the offseason.
Okay, so you're thinking that the move they would be willing to do is a bigger money 5. Is that what you're looking?
Well, I think they're gonna keep one. Like I don't see them
It's
re-signing
gonna, yeah.
Harden and
It's
then
either
bringing
or.
Mitch back. Yeah, I think
Right,
it's gonna
right.
be either or. And I hate it because Mitch has been up for 4 years, man. He's
I
been
know.
a difference maker, but he's been hurt every year. And
Yeah.
we're not talking about 1 or 2 games. We're talking about 15 games, 20 games, like every year. And it's lower leg injuries. And can you really depend on a 7 footer that's got lower leg injuries over
Yeah.
the long term?
I
You
mean,
like
cause
teams don't commit that much money to centers, at least not
Right.
in tandem on your cap sheet. Like teams generally don't do that.
and if you're gonna be looking at an either or scenario, I mean, you're looking at a 25-year-old in iHeart that is durable
Yep.
and he's dynamic and other. He may not be the exact level in some of your guys' eyes as Mitch on defense, but analytics say otherwise. They're almost a push defensively. If you even want to give Mitch a little boost, that's fine. Rebounding, they're almost even. And then iHeart does all the offensive stuff, plus the most important stat of all, availability.
Yeah.
So to me, it's a no-brainer. I love Mitch. Trust me, I'd love to have him. I'd love to see what he brings to the table for this playoff run. I hope he comes back and healthy. But I agree with you guys. Like it's gonna be, it has to be an either or. What about you, Ribby? You with us still? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I see us. I mean, after the trade deadline, I probably see us probably getting a little one piece. I think. And I
Can
think
barely hear you.
Yeah, you gotta
no,
speak up a little bit, bro.
I said after the trade deadline, because I think the trade deadline is over, in my opinion. So we gotta probably get like the players that like Kyle Lowry's and stuff like that.
Right.
So I think I'll probably get that, and then in the off season, I think that's when we make supposedly the big move, in my opinion, because that's when we got like probably like we have like probably like 2 or 3 first round picks and stuff like that. So I think that's when we either get that piece or just consolidate and move it to the next year.
Right. Yeah, like for me, I think we need to get out of the mindset of I'm used to hearing guys here on this channel and other Knicks channels and all this stuff, but this is the only one I care about. But the last 3 or 4 years, I've been seeing everyone saying, "Let's wait to this and wait for that and wait for some middle schoolers and wait for it." Like I'm tired of waiting, man. I'm 48. I'll be 49 years old next year. I'm tired of waiting. I've said this so many times. So the time, like we all see how quick things change in the NBA. Okay, even the best teams all of a sudden fall off the following year. It happens all the time. Like this is a moment we're in the middle of brewing right now. That not only because of the age of most of the guys we're counting on, these 2 guys we just got, they're not part of the Knicks' future. But our starting 5 are all in their 20s. Okay, and so all the other pieces eventually, if we trade in these older guys for a younger version of them, then that's just how all of a sudden you start becoming a dynasty. That's how dynasties are formed. We have the ages. The guys that we're counting on now are all in the the same timeline, the main guys, and that's what we're building. So it's an exciting time. I'm sure some people wanted sexier pickups than these two, but I think they're pretty sexy personally.
I mean,
You know, I like the scoring, man.
I probably could have. I ain't no friend. I'm probably one of the ones that would have wanted probably DeJounte, and
Of
then would have
course.
wanted to flip him. But I see this how this front office they want they don't want as far as like they not trying to get like pay as far as like first rounds and stuff like that or second rounds. I mean like a two first rounds and stuff like that. I didn't see them doing that. So with that, that's a comfortable trade to be honest. I don't see
Yeah.
nothing like wrong with it.
I mean, and we also got to think about this. And Ala Wise made a point in chat that I agree with. I mean, if we can get 48 minutes of great center play at about 15 million each, I mean, what's wrong with that? It's the same thing as if we paid one star level center 30 million. So if we're getting top 10 product, because I don't care what people say. You can argue with me all you want, fight me, whatever. But Heart, and Mitch for 48 minutes, that's top 10 in the league, center level for 48 minutes. You can laugh all you want. Name 10 centers better than either one of them guys.
It goes back to what you said though, Coach. Availability. You paying 15 million for one guy that's only going to give you about 50 games.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Coach. I think the Hartenstein thing is maybe a tad, just a tad overblown, maybe.
okay.
And the reason why I say, I like
Yeah.
Hartenstein. I like Hartenstein, right? But the thing is not Hartenstein and Mitch. The thing is how Tom Thibodeau values and takes care of centers, right? Because the thing is, right now, both of the guys that you mentioned with that $30 million, ironically, both of them are hurt at the same time, and one is playing through an injury, right? And so no knock on Hartenstein, but I don't think the market is going to be that wide open for a dude that's been on 5 teams in 6 years. I like Hartenstein, and I don't want to diminish him. I want him to stay. I want him to do like a 4 year, $48 million deal with the Knicks with no options on it, right? But the open market is gonna have him get 4 years, somewhere between 75 and $85 million if he keep playing like he played in November, right? And you're a big boy, you know that. Guys that are free agents play well in a free agency year, and somebody throw them the bag and you can't match it. It happens. If he gets to 22, if he gets between 17 and 22 million, listen, I'm excited for that man. He finally got an opportunity to shine and get the bag, man. You know what I'm saying? That's legacy money. That's life changing money. But what I'm saying is here with the Knicks, you know that Tom Thibodeau doesn't keep a center healthy. Every center that's played under Tom Thibodeau since they've been here has been hurt for multiple games. Novell Pell was with us. Y'all remember when Novell Pell signed a 10-day contract and he got hurt in day 5? Y'all remember that? He got hurt in day 5 of a 10-day contract, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it's Tibbs' system. He asks you to do so much. If we're gonna spend like $30 million on a position, then in my opinion, that means we're not gonna spend $30 million at the small forward position. You know what I'm saying? It puts us in that situation. I think the solution to it is trade one of them and bring a young boy in on a cheap contract.
Draft one, trade
I'm
one, and draft another one.
Yeah, I'm about to
Trade
I'm
say
one,
fine with
the
that.
same exact thing.
yeah, trade one. But what I'm saying is, do it now.
They better keep Hart.
Don't wait until. See, if you wait till the summer when that man is restricted or unrestricted, it puts you in a weird situation where now you have to manipulate years and money and draft capital, right? But if you trade Mitch right now, who's under contract, and even though he's injured, teams that man has a resume. Everybody know what Mitchell Robinson is. It's not like when he comes back, he's going to be shooting threes and crossing people up. You know what you're getting with Mitchell Robinson, right?
Come on, trade him at right now.
Right? Yeah,
Deadline.
yeah. At the deadline,
You can trade injured players like that.
that you can trade injured players as long as both sides view the medical report, right,
Okay.
and agree to the medicals. That's how come. You ever heard sometimes trades don't go through because somebody didn't pass the physical?
Yeah.
As long as both sides are open with the medical report and the team that's getting the injured player accepts the risk involved with the injury that was sustained before the trade was made. Right? It's the reason why Steven Adams is in Houston. Right? Steven Adams has a torn leg ligament, right? But he got traded to Houston because of the value that he can bring Alperon Sengun. Right, the value off the court just by teaching them how to do stuff, right? And so Corey Lee's in the building, fresh out the barber shop. Corey Lee,
nah, not the barber shop. That's the whole of the natural.
Corey Lee is in the building, everybody.
I'm back.
So, yeah, my thing on that, okay, is we still even haven't seen the best iHeart. He's gonna get better and better. So you might as well get him now when he's cheaper.
What do you mean now when he's cheaper? What do you mean?
Because we can get away with extending him now for a cheaper price than we'd have to pay at the end of the season.
Okay. What about Mitch?
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna say this, Freezy.
Go ahead, y'all can.
Hold on.
that.
I'm gonna say this, Freezy. You could look at the Mavericks center rotation right now in terms of Gafford making $14 million, and then they drafted a guy that's probably gonna split the minutes that makes no money. So it's gonna be one of
lottery money. Yeah.
But he's still not making starting center money. That's off a rookie contract. Like he's gonna make like $4 or $5 million, Freezy. That's relatively cheap compared to what starting centers are gonna get outside of their rookie contract. Like Jakob Poeltl's making $20 million.
Yeah. And years, bro, of that. So
listen, fellas. This is my argument about this whole Mitch thing. And God knows, I wish he didn't get hurt. We wouldn't be having this conversation at all.
I agree.
We would not even have this conversation. We're talking about somebody, a possible, when healthy, defensive player of the year candidate. Before this man broke his foot, you understand what I'm saying? He was like the number one leading offensive rebounder in the league. Nobody tried to go to the basket on him. That's what made our defense so stellar. They saw Mitch down there, and they was like, "Oh no, not today." You know what I'm saying?
That man wasn't stellar though. You're misspeaking at the time.
When he was at a point, it was, and now it wasn't Mitch's fault neither. You understand what I'm saying? What my argument is that we need to stop forgetting about what he does and what he can do, and understand what he provides. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, listen. I'm not against improvement, but don't poo-poo what he's done, and don't be so quick to just say, "Yeah, he got to go," because this dude throws. Hold on a second. Just because this dude throws, some backdoor passes. You know what I'm saying? I heart those backdoor passes. Everybody talks about how he can extend, how he can shoot outside, and he hasn't. You know what I'm saying? Listen, he scored some baskets. His hands are a little bit better on offense. All right, and his IQ is a little bit better, but I'm not giving up what he is. Mitchell Robinson is. He is the linchpin.
You missed our point.
Huh?
Exactly. That's not even the point I made.
Missed the point.
No. I'm not saying.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Let me tell you why. Nobody is saying that we don't value Mitch, right? Nobody's saying that, and nobody's saying Mitch is trash, right? What we're saying is championship contenders in the league at this point generally pay one veteran guy bread, and then his backup is not making bread.
I get that.
That's what we're saying. But in our situation, we have a dude on a decent contract in Mitch, and then this summer, iHeart will be on a. He's going to be a commodity, right?
Okay.
So we're saying keep one and trade the other for the value proposition that most teams are running in the NBA, which is you have a center making somewhere between 15 and 25, and then a backup that's making somewhere between 2 and 7. And if you notice, Hartenstein for the most part is the highest paid backup center in the league. Everybody values Hartenstein. Nobody's calling him a bum. We're just saying that the blueprint for winning in the league now is not paying a bunch of money to the center position.
Okay, I mean, I get that, but I'm just saying that everybody's so ready to like he's the next one to go, he's the next chip to fall. And that's just I'm like, pause on that for a minute, because just what Freezy said though is how Tibbs values the center position as far as on the defensive end. And that's just that's my argument.
But you're devaluing iHeart's defense.
Listen, I'm telling you something.
Analytics say he's better than Mitch. Look it up. So you're saying that no, you got your chance. That was my chance to rebuttal. iHeart gets challenged more than Mitch. You said it yourself. They don't go inside when Mitch is there. Okay. Well, iHeart gets challenged more, and his analytics are still prove that he can stop it. You're just doing this eye test thing because iHeart's a little goofy sometimes and all this stuff. No, look at the analytics, man. The guy is doing his job at the highest clip. He's a top 3 center in the league when it comes to defense at the rim.
Listen, analytics are cool, but analytics aren't everything. Analytics can't gauge your heart.
Now you're gonna doubt iHeart's heart compared. He's the most heart on the team. You're talking about the most team friendly guy. He's more just excited for everyone else's success than his own.
So is Mitch.
No one's pooing on Mitch though. That's the difference. You think my boosting up iHeart is pooing on Mitch? No, I love Mitch too. I want him too. But if I had a choice of the two, I'd rather have iHeart. That's just my opinion.
And I'm cool with that.
That's not pooing on Mitch. I want to keep them both, but we can't.
Bro, I'm
Everybody
cool
got
with
their
that.
own opinions.
I'm cool with that. We can't all agree.
No, I got you.
We all can agree. So, and it's cool. But I'm just saying because I feel like that's the dude that we need. That we really need. I value him a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Not to say I don't value Hartenstein at all. I do. And I'm blessed. We are blessed as Knicks to have him right now in this current situation.
I was going to say, because it's a cap sport, you're going to have to ultimately make the decision down the road. And not to detract too much, but to Freezy, what's his name? Killian Hayes just got released.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I said that.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
A 22-year-old.
Yeah, he asked for a trade, and they said nobody wants you, so I'm just gonna cut you.
Right, and
gonna pick him up.
Real quick to the center point, right? Lee, do you know who Jokic's backup is in Denver? Do you
I
know who
don't care.
Joel Embiid's backup is in Philly?
Don't care.
Right, but to the point is generally generally what happens is if you have a great center, if you have a center that's going to produce at the level that we're talking about right now, top 10, top 5 in the analytical categories, like what coach is saying, generally the team brings in a guy that's not so good or not that you don't have to pay as much. The only situation where you see a guy outvalued the value proposition is Nas Reed in Minnesota, where you have a guy who was brought in to fit this model and he outplayed the model, and that's the reason why he is getting paid. But outside of that, nobody know who Nick Claxton's backup is in Brooklyn, right?
They don't have one.
Right. Nobody knows who Mark Williams' backup is in Charlotte, right? And Atlanta, they're playing Clint Capella, but their backup is not making a ton of money, right? Generally, what you do is get a guy like some type of consolidation or focus on one guy being the man and bring in another guy like a draft pick level guy.
Okay.
Right? Like for instance, who's Bam Adebayo's backup in Miami?
Kevin Love plays the backup 5.
Yeah, and him and Orlando Robinson.
And they don't make no money.
And they don't make money. So my thing is if you value Hartenstein, right, then get something for Mitch and bring in an Orlando Robinson type guy to back up Hartenstein, right? If you value Mitch more, trade Hartenstein at the deadline if you think his value is going to be as high as what coach says, right? You signed Hartenstein for no money, right, in free agency. So if you could get a first round pick for Hartenstein, bro, that's what you call flipping. That's good GM and front office maneuvering, especially if you have faith that Mitch can come back and fit in better than what Hartenstein does, right? But have the conversation about both of those guys, right? Because Hartenstein is not going to sign back for $10 million. You can bet your properties on that. All your properties you got, I can guarantee you that man not coming back here for $8 million.
Take them hotels down off your Monopoly board.
Yep.
Them down.
Yep. Yo, take them hotels down off Park Place, bro. I'm telling you, right? But coach, to your point, if you value Hartenstein like what you said, if Hartenstein is as good as Mitch or maybe better in certain situations, right? Then why not trade Mitch to get a guy that's gonna be attractive in the trade that you look to pull off this up? Like for instance, why not trade Mitch for Anthony Simons, right? And then include him in that monster trade this summer for whoever Corey Lee says he wants in the big trade, Devin Booker. Right? But I'm telling you, offering Mitchell Robinson for Devin Booker is not. Phoenix ain't even gonna answer the phone. They might block you on text message when you send it.
Yeah. Well, we got bird rights on Hartenstein, so that's
we could offer him around 14 to 15,
like 16 million.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, and to one more thing that was said earlier, because I was listening when I was running around doing errands with my mom, and that was that number 6.
Hi, Mom. How you doing?
Yeah, she upstairs. She good. I had to take her to the dialysis.
So
I was saying that too.
Mama. I hope she's resting well.
She is. That number 6 will never be worn. That number 6 is permanently retired. It's permanently retired around the league.
It's crazy. Yeah. Browns that was it.
Yeah, that's right, Lee. You're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so that was the only thing. I didn't mean to switch it up, but I had to say that because I didn't want King Ribby thinking like Burks can come in and put on that number 6.
No, I said that when the chat when it first started.
And just real quick, shout out to all the fans of Atlanta, the Atlanta Hawks fans that's coming in, tapping in with us. Shout out to everybody watching on the Check Ball podcast. I know it seems like it's very Knicks heavy, we're simulcasting to multiple channels at the same time. So salute to Mets, who is our trade tracker. Salute to Coach, who's moderating this last great hour before the trade deadline. Salute to Corey Lee, the host of the 718 Boys on Lawrence Tears Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock. Salute to Dre and King Ribby, our content contributors and everybody. So right now we're just trying to provide good basketball talk. So if it's Knicks balanced for some and then NBA balanced for others, just bear with us because we don't get times like this to just talk all NBA or all Knicks and Knicks related to the all NBA at the same time. We only get these times at the draft, free agency, and the trade deadline. So salute to everybody watching.
Yeah, I was gonna actually acquiesce to that. You took the words out of my mouth because a couple more little trades just kind of popped up. Mets, I think you were muted before, but go ahead and let us know some of the latest moves, and we'll elaborate on them.
Those trades are from Dallas gets PJ Washington, and the Hornets get Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a first-round pick in 2027.
Wow.
While the Bucks get Patrick Beverly in exchange for Cameron Payne and their 27 second-round pick, which go to the Sixers.
That's a desperation move.
By Milwaukee or by Philadelphia?
Hold on, guys. Guys, hold up a second. Let's wait for our reactions to each one.
My fault.
It's all right. Just let them say all the trades, and then
those are the trades.
We'll talk
though
about
there was a little
one.
addition to the Raptor net trade. The Nets are also getting Thaddeus Young out of the deal that sent Dinwiddie to Toronto.
All right. So looking at those, the first glaring move that pops up to me, Corey Lee, I want you to elaborate on this first. What do you guys think about the Mavericks getting that third scoring option with PJ Washington? A consistent one.
I'm not gonna lie. I like the move for them.
Dre, I bounced
Thank
that
you,
to Corey.
Lee.
You Corey. My fault, man. I didn't even hear. My bad. Go ahead, Corey. My fault, man.
Oh, mute yourself for a minute, bro. Stop.
I got you.
Nah, I'm playing. I'm not this. I think it's. I guess they needed that. Somewhat semi-serviceable power forward. Somebody who step out and possibly spread the court for them as well. I guess they definitely needed some extra scoring because they can't just rely on Kyrie, Andrews, Luka, as well as sometime Tim Hardaway Jr. That's an issue. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, for them, I could care less. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting. I want to see how it works out for them. Will it revitalize? Will it rev up that motor back inside of him? And will he give him a rebounding punch from the power forward position, even though he's undersized?
Very undersized.
It's going to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like from the outside looking in, from the outside looking in at what they're doing as well as how it's going to affect them because, who knows? All of this stuff, even with us, all this stuff is pretty much a crapshoot. You know what I'm saying? And the main thing right now that all teams have to worry about is gelling. Checking that time to gel. That time, for everybody to get fit in and get acclimated to each team system. So it's going to be interesting, very interesting.
What about you, Dre? What do you think about that one?
I think it provides them versatility that they were missing. It gives them a stretch big. Like they had Maxi Kleber there, but he was unreliable in terms of his health. He can play. He can switch. He can play perimeter defense on smaller players. And if he's right from three, he's going to be living off a ton of wide open shots from Luka and Kyrie. He's going to be probably a mainstay in their rotation. Considering what they gave up for him, he's going to play 30+ minutes a night just for what he offers them. And Jason Kidd is a coach that loves to play small ball. So
yeah. And he just scored 45, on the mic, he just scored 45 points the other night too, didn't he? I mean, there ain't many guys in the league that just bust out 45.
Mets, you're breathing into the mic. Bring it down a little bit. But Jason Kidd is a guy that loves playing small ball. So he's going to play a ton of small ball five for them and space teams out. It's a really good move for them, and they also solidified. Well, I don't want to take away because the Mets might talk about another trade, but I love the move for them. It should make them very challenging to guard. But the defense, I don't know, but maybe he can hold up.
Well, there. Yeah. What about you, Rib? You got any thoughts on that one?
Can you skip me real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
I'm doing something.
Freezy, you got something to say about that one?
About which trade, the Dallas one?
Yeah, PJ going there.
They're going to be active. How that impacts the Knicks is the Knicks are more than likely get that first round pick from Dallas. So I was excited to see that. Coach, and Coach, may I ask a question to you though?
Yeah, go for it.
Does this Alec Burks Bogdanovich move to the Knicks mean that Brogdon and Bruce Brown are really off the table, or should we give it some more thought? Should we give it some conversation? Thank you for taking my call. I'll shut up and listen.
I think Brogdon's off the table because the value we got for Burks and Bojan kind of fill that what we were maybe going to get with Brogdon. And you don't have the injury thing that Brogdon has. We got enough possible injury guys at this point. That's what we got going on. So, as far as, I think as far as the next hour, yeah, they're off the table. I think what we do as far as I still surprised we didn't get someone at the 4/5 position. I'm surprised we didn't pick someone up there for like some of our second rounders, or maybe there might be someone that was worthy of maybe an ex first round young guy that we get for a first round pick or something. I'm surprised we didn't snag. I mean, we still got an hour left, so maybe it could happen.
May I ask you one more question?
Mm-hmm.
Would you be surprised if the Knicks dangled Rokas Jokibitis as an asset in a trade that could be a sweetener piece in a trade? Would you be surprised if they trade the rights to his contract or the rights to him as a player?
I mean, it's an unknown and unused commodity at this point, so you don't know what you lost. So you might as well. Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah.
The reason why I asked is because a NBA player that y'all probably will not remember, but I'm going to say his name anyway. But a player named Luis Scola was in the same situation as Rokas Jokibitis, where you get his draft rights, he don't come over, he plays a little bit in the foreign leagues, and then he gets to a point where he's ready to be an NBA player, and then you can trade him in a deal for someone else. Would you be surprised to see a first round pick and Rokas Jokibitis in a sweetener deal for somebody that's on a rookie scale contract?
I mean, it would have to be because I'm surprised we haven't talked about him before because I mean he would almost be tailor made for that backup point role that we need right now. You know what I mean?
Luis Scola he's talking about. Second round draft pick 2002 for San Antonio, Athens gold medalist for Argentina.
You don't got enough seasoning.
Yes, that's the only one.
Okay, just checking.
Cause I mean something like guys that play in the EuroLeague, even the young ones, they seem to be more pro ready right, than the guys that come out of high school, or you know what I mean. Like he, I mean he won. I think he was like, didn't he win like the EuroLeague Rising Star Award or something? Like when we got him, and like other guys that have won that award. Actually, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, other guys that have won that award have been Luca, Ricky Rubio, and Gallinari. So like,
Only
I
one of those
mean,
we drafted.
yeah, and so like the other thing is he was shooting 59% behind from three. He can shoot too. You know what I'm saying? So like to me, man, I don't know. It's like I said, like we don't know what we're missing because we, haven't seen him here. I don't know if he's available to come in here. Yeah, I mean, is he allowed to just come on over whenever he wants this season? I don't know the rules on that. Honestly, I'm not very.
I think that I think he is like whenever he decides that he wants to, come and try out with us. Of course you got to go through the whole training camp, summer league, because he is a rookie. He has to go through all that rigmarole, in order to get on the team, make the team, all that stuff like that. So you're pretty much spot on, I believe.
Yeah. So, but no, like if we can use his prospect, I mean that's another asset we have. That's like another little first round pick dangling piece.
And one more thing, Coach. Though that's if other teams have like scouted him, and like because you know how we have I guess European scouts
Oh yeah.
over there. We
Oh,
always looking
he's
at
been
something.
scouted.
No, I'm just saying, but by us. But I'm saying like outside of us, like if another team looks at him and like, yeah, I think he's ready and I wouldn't mind getting him. You know what I'm saying, and see what they might offer us for him, as well as what I'm saying, or we offer use him. So
Right. I mean, we haven't had the best luck with our Euro guys that we've gotten over the years. But man, I'd let let's face it, the trend is, man, there's a lot of value in some of these Euro guys, man. I mean, so it'd be nice to get one that hits.
but I mean, to be honest with you, Gallinari wasn't a bad Euro pick. If
Oh
you
no,
think, I
no,
mean,
Hey,
he's
neither
only
was Porzingis.
yeah.
Yeah. So we've done okay. We
I guess
haven't.
lately we've been better.
Yes.
I never got to say my piece on the Washington trade. But
Oh, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, my fault.
anyway, to me, it's a clear sign the Hornets are in fire sale mode. Oh, and getting whatever assets they had, or what they felt were junk pieces, as quick as they can at this point. They know they're lotto bound again this year, and it's frustrating for them, as far as I see it. And the sooner they can rectify this and put together a team that can actually get out of the play-in and or the first round, possibly both in the playoffs, if they get that far, the better. For the Mavericks, on the other hand, this does add what either Dre or Ribby was saying about a piece that grants him a great deal of versatility, despite the fact he's only a 6'7". He's undersized at 6'7" from the 4 spot. So I think this helps. I'm not sure about the Hornets getting the sloppy second younger brother of Steph with Seth Curry, but if they need perimeter shooting, that's fine. And at least they get a draft pick out of it too.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well,
it's like you wanted Mario, but you get Luigi in this case.
Hey, Matt, can you use your other mic? This mic is coming in kind of. The audio is not pristine like it usually is.
I'll be back, Fuzi. I got to run real quick.
Sorry about that.
All right.
No, that's all right.
That's kind of a drawback when you have to use a gaming headphone set, gaming mic set.
Okay.
Your Call of Duty headset?
I don't play COD.
No, I'm just playing, man. It was just something that came to my mind.
Overwatch, Outworld.
I'm not big into FPSs.
Oh God.
But no, yeah, like I said, how about this, guys? Are we surprised that some of the names that we heard circulating, a la Brogdon, Murray, Clarkson, none of those names have been dealt to anybody yet? You think there's a bunch of last minute fighting for all those guys, or do you think them guys are just going to be staying put?
I think it's more along the lines of everyone has seen their injury history and their toxic attitudes, and I say they're just going to leave them where they are.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that
or was the price too high for them guys?
I think that's the issue. I think coming to an agreement for you said players has been the issue. You know, and like, you know, Portland probably asking for something probably outrageous or getting offered something that they don't even feel like is like worthy of his value. So, you know, sometimes, you know, when it comes to doing trades, for example, like the whole Donovan Mitchell situation, to use that for an example, you know, where we were asking for something, you know, we were offering this, and then he was asking for this, you know, and turned around and he got got pretty much what we were going to offer, but he just didn't want. He wanted he wanted more of our unprotected picks. You know what I'm saying? Versus, you know what I'm saying? So it could be, you know, it could be minor things.
It looks like the Pistons waived Daniel House too.
Yeah, he used to play for the Knicks. Remember, he played for the Knicks.
Yeah.
No.
Briefly.
He played for us in the COVID season.
Facts.
Yeah, but
deep on the bench.
Yeah, in terms of playing, but here's the thing I want to mention too is I think Portland and Atlanta and Chicago all have deals on the table, and what they're doing is instead of accepting one, I think they're probably going to wait until they get their final offers in, and then make the move, right? Because there's no real motivation. What's the difference between them accepting the deal last night and a deal 10 minutes before the trade deadline if it's the same deal?
Right.
The difference is if they wait
for less,
then if they not for the same deal. I said same deal, bro. Right. So the thing is the only difference is between having a deal in place if it's the same deal is you can wait up until about 10 minutes before to see if somebody can beat it. Right. And so that's what I think they may be doing right now. Yo, is somebody working on a car or something? Who's that fumbling? Somebody got something going on?
Nope.
It was
okay.
I think Ravi was doing something. But
especially when there's only about half an hour till the deadline. Give or take 4 minutes.
35 minutes, bro.
So everyone think the Knicks are done then?
More or less.
For the deadline?
More or less.
Unless Leon is really cooking right now, and him Rojas or whatever his name is, the pseudo GM, unless they trying to pull off something major right now, yeah, I think we're done. We're done for the day.
As for the other trade, which was Beverly to the Bucks for Payne and a second round pick in 27. This kind of screams desperation on both sides to me. Because you look at it, the Sixers and Embiid's out for a year having to undergo surgery on that foot again. And the Bucks, well, they've basically been in this situation where they stupidly fired their coach to get Doc, and it's backfiring on them. And they're just left scrambling, in my view.
And I think they got Pat for defense because that guy, that backup guy, he don't play no defense. Cameron Payne, he don't play no defense.
Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Pat Beverly is nothing but a little culture guy. He has no on the court value in my eyes anymore. He really doesn't. I mean, yeah, he can play a little defense, not still, but he's all about culture and podcasts right now, in my opinion. You know, so he's not really.
He didn't have that much value when he was on the Clippers.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't had value for any. He wasn't valuable for the Lakers. He wasn't valuable. I mean, he talks a big game, but
he's a case of all bark, no bite.
Yeah, especially nowadays. So.
Hey, Coach, I'm gonna say the Knicks aren't done. To the question that you put on the table,
okay.
and mind you, there is and you guys know this. There's a difference between shopping and purchasing, right? I think the Knicks are still shopping right now, but it don't mean they.
You muted yourself, Breezy.
There it is. My browser was crazy, but yeah, I think they're still shopping. You ever been in like a big box store right before closing, and you see somebody run in the store with a big buggy, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I think that might be what they're doing. So I think they still may be looking. I think Brogdon may still be on the table. Brown may still be on the table. DeJounte Murray still may be on the table. DeRozan may still be on the table. Our only thing is when it comes to trades like this, at this point of the day, it gets more and more difficult, right, to pull off a 3-team or 4-team trade when you wait within 30 minutes. Because just like anything else in life, the more people you include, the more difficult things get in a lot of in the decision making process. So I would say just be aware. Just be, you know what I'm saying? Just be aware. Don't be surprised if you see a trade and the Knicks are the silent partner in some of those trades where they jump in and you see Rokas Jokibitis and Jericho Sims and a Knicks pick go somewhere for in a trade that sent D'Angelo Russell somewhere else, and we moved, we cleared out roster spots and maybe used a second-round pick next year and got a first-round pick down the road. You know, pinching pennies and upgrading picks at the same time. You know, this time that we're looking at right now is the time where this is what I said on the show the other night. But somebody came in hot and derailed us. But what I was saying is this time right here is the front office's all-star game, right? Where all the front offices are involved at the same time, and you'll see what the best front offices do.
Throwing alley-oops and no defense.
Yeah, basically. Basically. Out there wearing limited edition sneakers. Yeah, they're basically.
Hey, I want to give a shout out. I just noticed GI's in the building, Cully's in the building.
Dope show last night.
Some OG. So yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing GI's take because he's part of the weight club, and we just got 2 guys. I want to see. The thing I like about the 2 guys we just got is that they don't disrupt.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you've got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside.
Really,
You're
man,
making me
really, Wiz, you just gonna
crazy.
kick in the door. Coach was talking, and nobody else's intro got played, and Wiz just come in with it. You think you Stone Cold Steve Austin, bro?
Better, bigger, badder.
You're
What?
Blaster.
making me crazy.
Coach, my man.
Yeah. What's up,
So finish,
Wiz?
Irie.
Lord have mercy.
So finish your take. Finish your coach.
Right by the beach.
Finish your take, coach. Finish your take.
Nah, I was just basically I was just saying, man, these two guys to me just add what we needed. I don't think we didn't get rid of or disrupt what we've already been doing. They just add to that scoring lull that we've had when that second
Facts.
unit comes in.
Nice.
So I feel good. And I think we, just like Freezy said, we still technically have We still have assets. We have all the first round picks still. The only thing we got rid of that we were using a little bit was Grimes. Okay, but
You
so
have
basically,
empty roster spots.
yeah, empty. I mean, that's the other
Roke
thing.
is still can buy this.
Yep, we have that. We have the picks. I mean,
I
something
heard
still
all of your
might be
whack
done.
takes. I heard all the whack takes from most of you. Some of your takes are whack. Now comes the
Hey,
horrible.
How you feeling, Wiz? What are you thinking about these two guys we picked up, the Killer Bees?
Oh man, where do I
They're
begin?
in my eyes, not the bees.
So I'm one of those who was on the DeJounte Murray wagon. I really didn't think that was the best move. However, I also think that front office don't like to be played around with. So I think they would have waited till 258, but they also saw opportunity right here. So I'll take back my whack statements on most of you because they weren't all whack. Um, the biggest, greatest point I've heard, which I've not heard from any other podcast, and was brought up by, I can't believe the number one chief rocker had actually comes up with a brilliant point again, is the statement about chemistry. About chemistry. Man, I hated chemistry in high school and college. I hated chemistry. And I think that chemistry is not needed in most situations. But in this case, it's not a factor. It's a non-factor where the team just needs pieces to fit in properly, and they fit in. It's not necessarily it's fit. Maybe the word fit and chemistry are interchanged, but the fact is, these guys weren't going to disrupt anything. Yes, if Dejounte came and Dante went to the bench, or Dejounte went on the bench if he said he would, we wouldn't have messed up any chemistry. My boy Deuce is not ready. We needed shooters who will not have us go through those 4 to 6 minute long stretches and not put a basket. Everybody else is on their way getting healthy, so we had everything covered except one small detail, and that is the second string ball handler, second team ball handler. And that's the only thing. Deuce can do a little bit. The Dante will do a little bit. Burks will do a little bit. Is that 50 cents? I just want a little bit. Just give me a little bit, right? But
Just a little bit.
right, just a little bit, right? So I did want a true ball handler, and I would have been okay keeping Flynn. But again, I really do want to increase our height. Boom, height adjustment done. Everybody we've picked up so far has been taller than the guys who went out.
Buckets.
Everybody. So we got the height. We no longer a midget team of midgets, right? So we satisfy the height uh, its consideration. We satisfy the drought in shooting with guys who teams will trust to put in there, take some shots. The Grimes, ham sandwich Grimes, I like Grimes a lot. But if you're telling me that I'm going to give up Grimes for Bogdanovich and Burks, I didn't say anything else. I said Grimes is all we gave up for Bogdanovich and Burks.
That's a
That's
win.
a no-brainer. Those second
I
rounders didn't
agree.
count, and Fournier had to be get out of the book, and now we replace him with a better contract to get on the books next year. So we still have our expiring contract for next season. If we didn't get to the Fournier right now, because we'd have to restart him, get rid of him, and in some ways we did a little bit of justice for a man who's been suffering for a year and a half in his last season of his basketball career, sitting on the bench, getting zero play, and now he has a chance to get some play. So in some ways, in prolong the bad image we had of having a guy who had some playing left in him and decides to not even give him a minute. You don't even waste of time where we could have easily put him in for 5 minutes to let a guy play his sport he loves, and he's made his career. So overall, I have to give, which I reluctantly do, this front office. I have to give them an A on this move. Reluctantly,
Okay.
I don't want to give them an A, but I have to on this move. And my only little caveat is, I really hope Bogdanovich does not get Tibbs mad, because he will be the next Fournier. I only fear he doesn't say the wrong thing, and Tibbs gets, the petty grass title from Freezy, and decides that he don't like what he wore that day. Sit on the bench, no play for you, no suit for you. So I'm
All
thinking
right.
that
All right.
he's go ahead.
What about you, Gi? Welcome, my brother.
First
You
of
too,
all,
Tim. Welcome, Tim.
hello to everybody. My mic is good. Is my mic good? Mic check one, do. The mic check
You
one.
in?
The first thing I want to say to y'all is Happy Knicks Day.
Yes,
Happy
sir.
Knicks Day. I'm gonna remember February 8th, 2024, like I remember John Starks going 1 for 17. I promise you. I promise you.
Come
Or
on,
was it two
man.
for 17? I think everybody says, Brad, no, he hit two. He hit two, Ghetto. It was two. I said, oh, man. That last one must have been in the last 10 seconds of the game, because when I needed him to hit one, when the game was on the line, when the game was ready to swing in the winds, he didn't hit anything. But it just goes to show you how much today means for me. First, I'm going to start at the top. Management. Absolutely today made him executive of the year. If he does not win executive of the year, I don't know how he upgrades this roster from a bunch of, and coach, I see why you called me in, because right off the rip you said Ghetto's looking for some weight in the tail. He's looking for some meat on the bone. These Ghetto's the only little guy running around the floor. Like, when the last time you saw an NBA championship with 6 guys under 6'4"? You ain't with 6 guys under 6'2", a bunch of tweaks. We call the 6'9". First of all, our whole lives we've been calling the 6'9" big man who could get in there and bang with the tree. We've been calling that guy a tweener. And then we come in with a bunch of, but you know what? Let me stay focused. The way they remade this roster, like I never thought a roster could be remade in 4 or 5 months. Knicks fans have never seen this type of, we haven't seen this type of player increase development from 5-6 years in a row. Never mind over the last 5 or 6 months. Today, guys, and being Knicks Day, we finally get to judge Tom Thibodeau. Wiz, it's like I wish I could have went somewhere else. You just beat me to the panel, and protocol is you speak before me, but it sounds like today we get to judge Tom Thibodeau. He has every piece. I said, I can't judge Tibbs. He don't have a 6'9" wing. He's running out with R.J. Barrett at 3, and y'all expect to go deep into the playoffs with R.J. Barrett at 3 and Julius Randle at 4 and no point guard leadership. Then we get the point guard, and then we say it's still R.J. Barrett and all 3 of them trying to get to the left side of the floor. All 3 of them, they running into each other. They all running the same side of the floor. We get OG and boom. As soon as we get OG, the floor opens up. We get one play, and all of a sudden, and RJ is doing his thing. If we had Jules and not RJ, and RJ and not Jules, we wouldn't have made the trade. But you couldn't put 2 left-handed guys on the same side who both want to do the same thing. Boom, now Jules. Tibbs has got a coach. One last thing, guys, and I'm going to shut up because this is a championship quality team. I have. I don't care. I've been watching basketball for too long. I don't care.
Whoa.
This is a championship quality
Let's
team.
go.
Say
Definitely.
it again so the people in the back can hear, because I don't think they heard you.
We definitely can get past the Celtics. We definitely can get past the Celtics. Because they're too light. What is Porzingis going to do? We're going to run big bodies at Porzingis all night. Al Horford will make Porzingis good. He would be the only one, and he's too old to bang with all these young. We're going to run Precious out there. We're going to run Mitch out there. We're going to run iHeart out there. We're going to run Sims out there. Because all these guys go out on the wing and they love playing KP type play. So once we take KP out the game, the rest of the six of you other wing players on the Knicks who are capable, led by Jalen Brunson, y'all go play Brown and Tatum. That's it. And there'll be that other guard. I'll give it to him. We have too much for them. We're just going to keep coming. We won't stop. First team, second team, same mindset. All starters. You got 8 guys. The big three, the era of the big three on February 8th of 2024 is broken up. You can't have a big three. You go get you a big three, and I'm coming with my big 8. Go get you a big three, and I'm coming with. I got 2 backup centers that could start on any championship team right now. I got 2 centers on this team that could start anywhere in the NBA they want to. Come get some.
Well, we're about to get to that scramble moment for the draft. Only 15 minutes to go.
Well, yep. Hey, and when was the last
Dixon.
time when was the last time the Knicks had 6 players who can get 20 in a night like that?
Damn.
6 players: Brunson, Randall, OG, Dante, by Bojan and Burks. All them guys can get 20 like that. And now
I've never seen it in 40 years. Never. In 40 years.
When is the last time you've had 2 of the most efficient players on the minutes they get in the NBA? Bogan and Brunson are 2 of 10 players in the league who average 20 points on the highest of efficiency. They need minimal touches to get their 20. Minimal.
And remember how we were worried about, man, what if Randall or Brunson go down? Who's gonna score? I mean, now what if one of them have an off night? Now we got options for days to pick up the scoring. That was one of our only things I was worried about.
Julius
Don't
Randle.
be surprised, by the way.
Go
Don't
ahead.
be surprised if iHeart starts putting up 2020s. Don't be surprised if iHeart starts in 2020s.
Hey.
Or even don't be surprised if Deuce starts putting up 20-point games, because when they have Bogey or Dante around, he's now wide open because both of them can find him, and iHeart can find anybody anytime on the floor. So don't be surprised if we may have 7 guys who can put up 20 or 8 guys who can put up 20, because iHeart, when left in the space, he can do some stuff. And I tell you, Deuce, that 3-point, that deadly
Deuce.
3-point shot, my boy Deuce, don't sleep with my boy Deuce. Just get that handle together, get his head right about the speed of the game, and eventually he's gonna start seeing. You can see he's learning already from Brunson. You can see some inside moves he already moved, some steps. He already got some footwork he learned from Brunson already. Give that young cat another year, and now we're gonna be scared of 20-point scorers all the way down the line. So
And
I'm
we
just saying, I'm
still
not scared of
have
anybody. No
all
one
of
made
our
a move
first
other
round
than us.
picks.
No one but us made a move this trade so far today that improved their team more than we did. No one. Dallas did a
Yeah,
little patchwork. I don't know what the Bucks are doing, but we don't care because they're gonna choke anyway. We got Doc Rivers over there to help us. Doc is the only guy who cannot perform CPR. He's the only doctor who can't do CPR. Because somehow his team chokes all the time, and all you gotta do is a little CPR. He doesn't know how to do it because his team always chokes, and he watch them choke. He may even help them. He may actually push the food down the throat a little further because he always chokes. One time he got lucky because he had some killers on his
Yeah.
team that led the team. Other than that, he always choked. So I'm not worried about the Bucks.
Let's
So
let
yes,
Tim
GI.
let's let Tim get a little run. He's welcome
okay.
Tim. What do you think about what's happening? You here?
Yeah, can you brothers hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Yeah,
you,
Yeah,
bro. I
yeah.
hear you.
Man,
Perfectly.
salute to you, great kings on the panel.
Salute,
Salute to
salute.
the chat,
Salute.
man. GI, it's good to see you, King. Once again, Wiz, what's going on, King? Good to see you, man. Corey Lee, what's going on? Salute to
What's
all you
poppin'?
great kings, man. Um, it's a great day to be a Knicks fan. It is like a holiday. It felt like a holiday, like Gi said. I think today we mark February 8th as Knicks Day. Permanently on the calendar. Salute to Uncle Freezy as well. Um, you know what? We got to acknowledge Leon Rose. I mean, not Leon Rose, but James Dolan. A lot of people we've been killing Dolan for years. We've been wanting we've been wanting him to sell the team. Um, Dolan rolled the dice and took a chance on somebody that didn't have no experience at all in the front office, and he actually hit head crack. You know what I'm saying? He won the lotto. He took a chance on these guys, and these guys made him look great at being the owner. And we got to give him some kind of acknowledgement. You know what I'm saying? Um, to see what Leon Rose and them is doing right now, words can't explain how happy us as us Knicks fans are right now. I think we are championship bound this year. I think we can win the championship this year. Any team can be had in the playoffs. Any team. And the way this team is set up and built right now, I believe we can win the NBA championship this year. It's all on Tibbs now. Tibbs got all his players. All we need to do is stay healthy. And if he and everybody can be healthy, and if he can coach this team the way I think he helped coach the Celtics team when they won the championship, help Doc Rivers with that defense, I think we can be the NBA champions this year. So I just wanted to throw that out there at y'all. We
It,
ain't no beating around the bush no more. Tibbs
if
got his pieces.
if you understand how much better we got today, you understand that it doesn't matter what Julius Randle does in the playoffs. If Julius Randle does do average in the playoffs, then we're gonna be beating teams by 10. It does not matter. The pressure is off of Julius's. It's off of Julius's shoulders. The players around him are gonna make the game so much easier for him. I, the defense we're going to play if OG, Precious, Mitch, Ihart, if all these bigs are healthy and they can play aggressive and they don't care about foul trouble, they knock you to the floor. They all knock you to the floor. There'll be nobody trying to go to the hole. All these teams will try to shoot 3-pointers, and then we have guys that's going to run out and defend the wing. Your only chance in beating us is getting hot from three and hitting 23s a night, possibly. It's your only way to beat us. You're not going to get to the rim.
True.
The other factor is culture. There, even Julius right now cannot take a break off, a moment off. He's gonna watch OG, Precious, Bogdanovich. He's gonna watch Burks, Brunson battle every second. iHeart is always battling. Everyone is actually fighting as if their career depends on it. So there's no way that Randall, for those of you who want to pick on Randall, about which I'm one of them, about his hustle sometimes and his desire to talk to the ref rather than get back on defense. This is a chance for him to realize he's going to be the odd man out, the only one who's going to not be hustling back and getting back on defense and giving everything, offense and defense. The day of the one-way player is gone with the Knicks right now. Everyone's two-way. If you watch the way they're playing, I mean, right now, yes, Mitch is a defensive menace, and yes, his offense may be lacking, but that's the only player who, because of his current skill set, let's put Sims in there also for a guy who's not in rotation. Put Sims in there. But everybody else is being asked to do something on offense and a lot on defense. So I think right now, Randall cannot stand there and leave his man unattended or not switch off when everybody's going to be doing it and talking with confidence. with experience. Bogdanovich and Burks, Brunson, Josh Hart. I had always talked. Every one of those guys, Dante, they'll be going, yo, I got this man, yo, get him, yo, pass. He watched Dante even reduce, always talking him up. So these are the kind of guys where the teamwork is going to cause everyone's game to step up. I have no doubt that this is a championship team as well. I can say that confidently right now. I was going towards ECF. I'm going chip, baby, chip.
You know what people fail to realize? That we got two championship players on this team that know what it takes to win the championship. They was a part of that. Dante and OG. You know what I'm saying? They felt that they experienced winning the championship. They experienced having a parade, being a part of a parade. You know what that is? To be able to sit in the locker room and talk to the players and let them know once they get once the playoff time come and let them know to lock in that we can do something special, that y'all can feel the same excitement that we felt. You know, there's something to look forward to. Yeah, they gotta lock in. They gotta stay healthy first, and they just all gotta lock in and buy in to what Tibbs is doing. Now it's all on Tibbs now. There's no excuses. Is he gonna be the coach that win that championship? Or will he be out of here and we're gonna bring somebody in here that's gonna help us take us where we need to go? It's
Tim
all
is
on Tibbs now.
Tim is his gift and curse. Tim, he has been a president before, so he knows how hard it is what Leon Rose did. I don't know that Tibbs doesn't have an active position in all that's going on. All I know now is one thing about being given all the tools to success in your position, you have no excuse to fail. If failure option happens, it's not an option, and you got to get a next man a shot. We had a true time in Tibbs' career, and I'm excited for him because one thing about it, he's never unprepared. Whether he has enough around him and enough support system to help him with the X and O's, but he's never unprepared.
Like I want to say real quick, too much is given, much is expected. To sum up GI's point. So I look
Because
forward
right
to it.
now, even before this trade, Tibbs is going to have a 10-man deep option where he has to make a decision. Now he has an 11-man deep option with 10 real viable ones, and he got to make a call. And now we got to see, which is why the only thing I'm concerned about, I know people always talk about the guy knows what he's doing, and these are professionals, is in the next 30 games, can Tibbs, once people get healthy, can he maintain their health and their ability to not be exhausted or drained by the playoff by utilizing all 10 of his options that he has right now in a way that maximizes their potential in the playoffs. That's the only thing. And again, I'm not saying he won't do it. I know I say he can do it. That's my only one of my only few concern is, yo, sometimes 7-man rotation, even when you get the 8 guy you don't trust, is just not a good option because these guys do get tired. And I'm not gonna try to point out any injuries and who gets hurt or whatever potential issues is, but I have my opinion about some of them. Fatigue facilitates injury. Fatigue can help people get injured. That's one of the biggest reasons people get injured when they're totally exhausted and they can't maintain the degree of balance and control that they normally would when they're healthy and fresh. So that's my only concern. Otherwise, we have the team. I think even right now, I'm going to even say we have the coach, we have the front office for sure, and then we got the fans that this is a championship level organization from top to bottom. Even the Knicks to the Giants is looking good to me right now. I may call it one of them and ask them for dinner tonight, just because everybody's looking
Hey,
good to
so
me right
Bully,
now.
thank you for the generous contribution. Bully says, I believe family. So he's with Wiz on Wiz's point. Wiz is a believer.
Yes.
Wiz is a believer.
Uh,
Wiz, what happened to Kyle Kuzma? Did Kyle Kuzma not have
oh man, why gotta bring up my boy Kyle?
what do you mean?
Marketing and Kyle are two boys. Marketing and Kyle. Too much money, man. Too much access. The people wanted too much for them, man.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it seemed like to me maybe they just didn't have value.
Oh, snap.
Maybe that's what it was. No, it's not that. It's not that.
Not at all. Not at all. They have a lot of
Concur,
value.
Freezy.
2 minutes. Oh, wait, 2 minutes.
With the
2
2-minute
minute
warning,
warning.
so far we've only had 9 trades go on today.
Wow.
2 minutes left.
Now we're under 2 minutes.
Teams don't have flexibility. Only the Knicks have been preparing for this day for the past 3 years. Other teams have been shooting their load. Pause.
Yeah, Lakers is.
Wow. I'm shocked. Miami hasn't done anything?
Nope. Only teams that have done anything today: Utah, Toronto, Indiana, Philadelphia, Detroit, Charlotte, Oklahoma City, Washington, Dallas, New York, Brooklyn, and Milwaukee.
Wow. Orlando didn't do anything, huh?
Nope.
Tibbs, our boy Dennis Schroeder, man, that was one of the moves right there. Dennis Schroeder was one of my moves I thought someone was going to do. Orlando, even Philly.
Well, Brooklyn got him.
I cannot believe that. Brooklyn.
All right, so
Now
we're at
got
the 1 minute mark, man.
60 seconds.
So at the thing, man, I'm just gonna play some J Boogie so that I can reset the screens and all that stuff, and then we can talk about what happened at the trade deadline and what is the future before the transaction deadline. So the transaction deadline for playoff rosters being set and for NBA rosters are being set, I believe it's March 1st. Somebody research that to see if that's accurate, but that seemed like it's right. And then we'll probably have to update on players that got waived and who we could bring in, and did that impact us from doing final moves. So we got a few seconds left, and
3, 2, 1.
Dad, are the Knicks gonna make a trade?
You say that like you got a podcast or something. I don't know, baby, but if they do, it's gonna be breaking news. It's a beautiful feeling, but I don't know if you got the same feeling like me. I know they don't want to see us make a move, but this is a chess move, and I'm calling it a checkmate. I said I'm calling this a checkmate. This is the remix. Get 'em. Somebody tell Ian Beck I need breaking news. Somebody tell Dexter Henry I need breaking news. Somebody tell Bill Pito I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. Somebody tell Alan Hahn I need breaking news. Somebody tell Ali Zerb I need breaking news. Somebody tell Mike McNutt I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. They keep telling me Boogie just remain calm. I need MSGS and Y after the Woj bomb. You heard it, I need MSGS and Y to break it down and pass it off to the podcast so we can chop it up in the street. They keep telling me Boogie just remain calm. I need MSGS and Y after the Woj bomb. The next trade, Leon bring us that superstar, the gorgeous Captain Clutch in his prime point guard. All I see right now, orange and blue skies. The beat knocking them tremble with a little highs. I thought I told you already, yeah, the city lit. I'm out the window, the streets look like a movie strip. Around me, I'm secured, bunch of Knicks fans. Shout out to Live, they playing over in Brooklyn. I feel like Lionel when he left from the Commodores. That fade side Joe Clark got them chain doors. I know you feeling like really, yeah, the truth hurts. Across the street, MSG, that's the network. I'm like McFadden and Whitehead, ain't no stopping. The game on, tell them that you Nick watching. Somebody tell Ian Beck I need breaking news. Somebody tell Dexter Henry I need breaking news. Somebody tell Bill Pito I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. Somebody tell Alan Hahn I need breaking news. Somebody tell Ali Zerb I need breaking news. Somebody tell Mike McNutt I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. The playoffs come this year, we showing no fear. Signal the mouth, the Brunson burner, this the new gear. That new wave, but they say we ain't cool no more. Katie just joined his third team, but that ain't cool no more. New York City, we ain't back, we ain't never left. Just stay away from Jay Reed when he ain't on my F's. I'm so impressed way we doing our thing. Outside in every gym, kids playing with that Spalding. The best column so far that's on a Nick page. Came from 21 down, that's on a Nick page. How you leave from your 4 seat and think we lose? When we don't care about Riley with the shiny shoes. That orange blue right now, such a pretty view. You look around, we taking over the YouTube. That Nick Love, we the best on the podcast. Monopoly money, 200 every time we go past. Somebody tell Ian Beg I need breaking news. Somebody tell Dexter Henry I need breaking news. Somebody tell Bill Pito I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. Somebody tell Alan Hahn I need breaking news. Somebody tell Ali Zerb I need breaking news. Somebody tell Mike McNutt I need breaking news. Soon as it break, I'm breaking off with breaking news. I hope you feeling like I'm feeling, cause I'm feeling like something is about to happen. And when it do, we all gonna celebrate it. We gonna break news all over the place, from MSG to networks, to SNY, to all the podcasters. If you down with us, then be down. If not, you gonna get remixed. This is the remix.
Wow. Okay. All right. Let's get back to. So yeah, Ismail Rivas. I saw that. I want to get to that, but first I want to go around the panel, just get a brief recap for everybody. Yo, we needed that reset, just a 3-minute reset, just so we'll have a line of demarcation and such. Right, Wiz, you still there? No, Wiz gone.
I'm here.
There he is. So I heard what you said before, but now that the trade deadline is officially passed, are you surprised that some players did not get moved, such as DeMar DeRozan and others?
Shocked, not surprised. I mean, totally flabbergasted. I mean, I cannot believe some one of those guys who desperately needed him that could change their fortune. Someone like Orlando or the Lakers or even Sixers didn't touch DeJounte or DeMar, someone who could change the future of their team, causing they desperately needed it. So yes, I'm shocked at some of the moves that did not happen. I'm more shocked at the moves that didn't happen than the moves that did happen.
There was one last trade that slipped right under our noses.
DeJounte came to the Knicks.
No, it's Doug McDermott to the Pacers for a second-round pick.
What?
Yep.
That's pretty big.
That is pretty interesting. Oh man.
Yeah, Indiana is reinforcing.
Indiana not playing.
Yeah. And Sacramento got Robin Lopez for a cash compensation.
Okay.
What team was that, Mets?
Sacramento. They got Robin Lopez from Milwaukee for a cash compensation.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice. That's nice, actually, on their part. Wow.
They're getting bigger for the playoffs. You see teams getting bigger. You don't see nobody getting smaller.
Right.
Paul.
Right. So Lee, what are you thinking? Lee, what are you thinking about what happened at the deadline? Some of the contracts that did not get moved. Some of the players that didn't get moved. Was it a major surprise, or you figured that it was 50-50 that they were going to get traded anyway?
Middle ground, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right. So Lee can't answer. Lee must be away. We'll put him.
Maybe so.
Yeah, what do you think? Are you surprised that some of the DeMar DeRozan's type guys didn't get moved?
I am surprised that the front office, the front office is
okay. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I'm surprised that DeRozan and Murray and a couple other teams didn't go after a couple of star players. That's on teams that's pretty much not relevant right now. What was the reason? I don't know. Maybe they thought about having making an attempt for him, but maybe they felt like they didn't have enough to give back in return. So maybe that's why they didn't push hard to go after those or target those free agents because maybe what they was getting back, they probably felt like it wasn't enough.
Right. Right. Maybe, but DeMar DeRozan is an expiring contract. Does that give you the vibes that he's gonna re-sign with Chicago in the offseason?
Nah, actually, I think he out. I don't think. I think he gonna want to go somewhere else where he can be able to have an opportunity to contend for a championship. Because Chicago ain't contending no time soon. They not clearly. You could tell that they about to be in remote build again. They're about to break that whole team up. So they might as well just start from scratch. And him wasting his time there, I don't think he's gonna do that. So I think he's gonna weigh his options and go try
Okay.
to play somewhere else.
Yeah, I could see. I could cut nobody off. I could see Demar going to the Lakers or something like that next
Okay.
season.
Oh, all right. Hey, I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm intrigued, man. I think the trade deadline, the guys that did move, is gonna make for a fascinating offseason, but I don't care. Right? When the offseason gets here, then I'll look at the offseason and judge it for what it is. But in terms of at the trade deadline, man, listen, man, those some of those non transactions are intriguing. They were intriguing to me. They had us on pins and needles. We legit had been talking about DeMar DeRozan to the Knicks since November, and DeMar DeRozan is basically not going anywhere. So maybe there was a trade to be done. I'm fascinated to hear what the rumors are going to be on all the sports shows and stuff.
Well, I could tell you one thing: we won. Our team won today's trade, so it doesn't even matter what nobody else is doing. All I care
Yeah,
about with the move that we made, and I'm excited to see what's about to happen moving forward. Once everybody's healthy, I'm looking forward to seeing what the playoff this year is going to look like because, Brunson, I think he playing with a chip on his shoulder. I think he had a bad taste in his mouth losing to we were so close to beating Miami last year, and I think that left a bad taste in Brunson's mouth, and I think that's why he's playing this way. I think he won another opportunity this year for vengeance against Miami. 'Cause I think he's going to take us to the
or
promised
any
land
other
this year.
team.
I believe so. I believe this is our year this year. Ain't no team on paper better than our team. You can look through each team that's in the NBA right now, look at their rosters. No team is better than our team right now on paper. No team.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
My bad, Freezy. To answer your question, repeat your question one more time. The first one, the
Yeah.
initial one.
Are you surprised that a lot of these big name guys that were talked about in trade rumors have not been moved? I.e., um, Kyle Kuzma, um, DeMar
I,
DeRozan, Malcolm Brogdon, DeJounte Murray, even LeBron James at one point, bro. At least LeBron James for like a day or two.
I
Everyone knew
think
how I felt about that one.
okay. Me, as far as I'm concerned, I think a lot of these cats that we were talking about have contract issues. A lot of people don't want to take on their salary.
Okay.
Yeah,
Contracts. It's hard to take on $30 million and still have 4 or 5 years left, or 3 or 4 years, and you stuck with this person. age, fit too. So I'm not surprised, and I think a lot of teams weren't that desperate. I think the league, as far as the GM and presidents nowadays, are getting a lot smarter about how they're spending their money, especially now because of the way the new cap is set up. So, I'm kind of not surprised. And unfortunately, some of these teams, they're stuck with them. And now, it's a way of now we have to now these GMs gonna have to get really, really, really what's the word I'm trying to use creative in order to make moves and maybe wait till the off season in order to try to, offload some of these talents and spread it out all over the league. So, it is what it is. So I'm glad that we didn't get suckered into something stupid. That's more than anything. So those are my concerns.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because not to cut anybody off, I was thinking about, you see how Levine, they was supposed to be get traded to the Lakers, but then once that thing was placed, it was like they didn't want him no more because I guess after that the money he was gonna make and things like that, it was gonna be too much. So I guess like they held back.
Oh, okay. Okay. Man, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. Regardless of the situations and stuff, y'all, I'm surprised DeMar DeRozan is still a Chicago Bull. Right?
Yeah.
I'm really surprised Tyus Jones from the Wizards
Yeah, me too.
is still with the Wizards
Mm-hmm.
on that cheap contract, right? Right. Alex Caruso, I'm really shocked no one plucked him from Chicago unless Chicago was closed for business, right? I'm really, really, really shocked about those things, man. So, I mean, there are some trades that you thought Miles Bridges, and I'm not even gonna lie to you, Max. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Coming into this, I thought LaMelo Ball was gonna get traded.
Bro,
I may live in Hornet country, but Hornet country's pretty much dead. We also have two more late trades that come in, both of them involving Boston. Jane Springer to Philadelphia from Philadelphia for a second round pick, and Delano Banton going to Portland for a heavily league protected second round pick to Boston.
Okay. Those are two guys I was interested in. I know Jaden Springer. Well, my niece went to high school with Jaden Springer, and
So
Delano Banton he was the big point guard coming out of college, and he was one of the guys I was hoping that the Knicks would try to get and experiment with next to Brunson and Deuce, but things are what they are. So there's that part of it.
I'm gonna go back to your point though, Freezy, as far as like the Alonzo Ball. I feel like if they don't get it together down there in Charlotte, I know his father.
LaMelo
I mean, not LaMelo. My bad. LaMelo Ball. I know his father is gonna be like, yo, this ain't going nowhere.
Right.
This ain't going nowhere. We got to do something different, And they're gonna enforce the trade. If not by the end of the season, definitely next year. Trade time. His name's gonna be big, very big.
Right.
But do you want a piece with that many injury issues as bad, if not worse, than his brother on the injury department? That's the question.
Yeah, it's a gamble. Do you gamble on high upside versus it's the risk reward proposition, right? It's like the old anybody in here like the old comic books like when a guy is searching for a certain metal to make a blade, you can only make the blade out of this metal, but the metal is so rare that you risk your life to find it and all that type of stuff. That's what it's like with like a LaMelo Ball type situation. Overall, bro, I think it was an exciting trade deadline, even though the big names didn't get moved. I think the front offices made up for it with activity. I think the activity is what made it more fun, even though we didn't see a huge name traded. I think the biggest name. So Mets, what was the biggest name we saw traded today?
From what I could see, you'd have to say either PJ Washington, Dennis Schroeder, Gordon Hayward, Buddy Hield, who got traded early on this morning to Philadelphia for Marcus Morris Sr. and Furkan Korkmaz, who got sent to Indiana, along with the 3 second-round draft picks.
What?
Right.
Bogdanovich.
Or Kelly Olynyk to Toronto.
Right. Shout out to what is the name of the joint? I messed something up, man. I'm trying to get.
Those are the biggest names I could find.
Where is it? So I'm looking for. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead, King Ribby. I'm sorry. I'm looking for a certain thing, man.
Bogdanovich, I think, is the best person that was picked up, in my opinion.
Yeah, and shout out to Jenny Buckets of Eat Sleep Sixers. They were monitoring on Twitter also. Hopefully one day we can collab. Hopefully one day we can collab with them. And somebody got to say. So hopefully one day we can collab with Eat Sleep Sixers and just chop it up, man. Talk about the direction of franchises and such. But yeah, they made a major move today too. So, it's one of those deals, man, where you thought a big name was going to be moved, GI, and it wasn't. Now
I call this pre-agency, Freezy. So usually you think that, all right, who's got contracts being moved? Let me tell you what I think is happening. Because usually you try to make a trade to line up for free agency. So that's why it's pre-agency. Teams are letting contracts just burn off their books and trying to get as much money as they can. And I freeze it. I think teams have just been outpositioned by the Knicks. I think the small market teams have left leverage. The CBA has allowed you to make 1 or 2 moves. Some of these teams, I was like, man, every year they're making moves. Guess what? They checkmated themselves out, Freezy. This kicking the can down the road concept allowed us to grab a lot of pieces to keep getting pieces together, the right pieces. I think teams are not moving because if you're not going to take, and remember, some of these movements require teams to go deeper into luxury tax. Some of the teams that are already in the luxury tax, I'm already paying a bill. If this move don't win me a championship, then you better be expected to get fired in the offseason. And some of these GMs are getting cold feet now. And now the Knicks look like the aggressive players, Free.
Yeah. Hey, and so that's the reason why I like being around you and just listening to you talk, bro, because I could see legit, I could feel the vibe of you getting hit with a ton of information and processing all the info in real time and dispensing the information and making it palatable for all of us to follow all at the same time. And all that mumbo jumbo I said is basically GI is smart and he know how to talk. Basically, that's what the mumbo jumbo was Jadell saying. So what GI was saying just now is just in my opinion, that's a 3-hour show by itself. Right? Like we could legit chop up what GI said and just talk about that for like 3 straight hours, right? About how teams like the Knicks are gobbling up draft picks. See, because they have stars and we may not have stars, but how we get the scales to balance in these moments is by getting their draft picks, right? And so their monster isn't not like those sci-fi movie when a monster come on the battlefield, but he in chains. Their monster is in chains, and we have a bunch of bow and arrows, so we have a fighting chance, right? We gobbled up a lot of draft picks. And
we circling the monster, Freezer. We coming from every angle
with torches and pitchforks. Yeah. And so what G I said, I think that might be one of the smartest things I probably heard like in the last 2 or 3 months, right? About how the Knicks basically manipulated the playing field by playing the long game and waiting for these moments right here. Whereas the monsters come on the board, but their moves are limited because teams like Oklahoma City, New Orleans, New York have so many draft picks from those other teams that those teams with stars don't even have assets. Like you didn't even hear the Lakers' name today. You know why? Because they don't have assets to move. Thank you, Anthony Davis.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? And so it puts us, that's why the market for DeJounte Murray, that's why, and to G.I.'s point, G.I., listen, I don't want to talk for you. You here, and you're a smart dude, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or whatever. I don't want to say whatever. But based on the point that G.I. made, you saw limited big-time moves not because the teams with the asset didn't want to eat. What it was is there was no food out there for them to eat, right? And so thank you, Knicks, for having all the food. Thank you, New Orleans. Thank you, Oklahoma City. Thank you, Brooklyn, for having all the assets. Now, when it comes to the offseason, these teams learned their lesson at the trade deadline, where you can't overpower a team with saying, hey, I want that guy. Now you got to come to us and negotiate at our price, and we set the market. G.I., was that too much? Did I cut you off?
Freezy, I have one thing to say. Bim. Bim.
Bim. That's the exclamation point. When you want to put the exclamation point on it, bim. You know what I'm saying? But let me also, I tried to shout out the Eat Sleep Sixers. Shout out to Eat Sleep Sixers, Jenny Buckets on Twitter. The other guys, man, I love what they're doing. I'm gonna shout them out. I might clip this and send it to them on social media. Because I enjoy their content as well. Shout out to them for doing great work. Anybody else have anything to add, man? I'm gonna go get a cheeseburger, bro.
Well, to me, this definitely played out like I thought it would. A lot of fun. We saw plenty of teams like Portland, Charlotte, Washington, Toronto, San Antonio.
My bad, coach. I ain't seen you.
Play the fire sale game.
It's cool, man.
And Detroit play fire sale. Basically getting rid of what pieces they could and getting pieces they thought that can help rebuild the future. On the other hand, we saw the teams that are in the playoff hunt make as small moves as they could with a few big pushes here and there, but not a lot in that regard. But mostly today was basically a fire sale for a lot of the bottom feeders, if you ask me. You know what I mean, Uncle Freezy?
Yeah. I hear you. Hey, coach, and and coach disappeared. Where'd coach go? Coach disappeared just like that. But anyways, I think some of the other teams too that didn't make major moves trimmed the fat off their steak. Like you look at the moves that that Toronto did lets you know that Emmanuel Quickly is their point guard of the future. They traded his backup for a guy and then cut that guy before he even got a jersey.
They cut Dinwiddie?
They cut that guy before he even got a jersey. And so other teams around the league have been doing that also. Brooklyn got them a point guard. So now instead of having a guy that's just standing there that was a malcontent, now you see Brooklyn is going to feature Cam Thomas and Mikal Bridges for the foreseeable future. And so shout out to Big Fan Breezy and the Brooklyn Nets fans that absolutely hate Uncle Freezy for no other reason but the fact that I am a Knicks fan. Salute to y'all. I love y'all anyway. Right. So salute the Big Fan Breezy and everybody and all the Brooklyn Nets fans around the world that Big Fan Breezy is doing a great job on his channel too. I also wanted to shout out, I think I shouted out Damon and We Talk Hawks TV for coming through and all that stuff. They do great work also. And We Talk Mavs, King Kai and Rel. Shout out to y'all, man. Continue to do great work. The reason I'm mentioning that, and shout out to the Check Ball podcast. If you really want to talk that talk the way that you'd like to have that talk, you check out the Check Ball podcast, where we talk about stuff like the greatest of all time basketball conversation. Maybe talk some Dallas Cowboys. You know what I'm saying? Maybe talk
Come
some
on.
is Saquon Barkley a giant for life? You know what I'm saying? So check that out too. Y'all got anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, I got one thing. GI, man, the next time you go to White Castles, you better send me a surfing turf.
I got two things. The 76ers could pursue Paul George. That's what
Yeah, in the summer. Yeah, in the summer. I saw that.
And the Bulls haven't made a trade since 2021.
Yeah.
That's a shocker.
Yeah. So hey, but everybody, thank y'all for rocking. It's gonna be a busy couple of days. Make sure y'all check out Nick Freestyle, the episode from yesterday where Free Keith was threatening me on national TV.
Yeah, I seen
you know what I'm saying? Yo, Free Keith, I'm on the Peloton, bro. Free Keith, you ain't just gonna walk up on me, bro. I've been on the Peloton, Free Keith. I've been eating cabbage and peanuts, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, but thank you everybody for rocking. We're gonna get out of here. Thank you to everybody that was on the panel. Peace, everybody.
Peace.